Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to day six of the Karen Reed trial. Oh, we got our voir dire with the ARCCA daddies last night, the crash daddies. No real prediction yet on how that's going to go, what the outcome of that is going to be. Of course, Judge Canoni didn't tell us what her ruling is going to be. But she did give a little signal, didn't she? She did give some signals, and I think the biggest and clearest signal, as I kind of thought back on what we saw and what happened, what unfolded in that courtroom over the course of that voir dire, we did see her decide during Mr. Brennan's redirect of Dr. Wolf, we're done. She did kind of decide we're done. Not going any further than that. And then we're bringing Mr. Rentschler out, and Mr. Rentschler is going to be very quick. So she definitely did signal that she had heard what she needed to hear. Whatever decision she has already made, cemented, nothing else that's going to come out that's going to add to it or take away from it one way or another. I do have a prediction. I do have a prediction. My take on this has been, she wants to keep the crash daddies out. She wants to have a reason. She's looking for a reason. But she also recognizes that it's a very risky thing to do. She definitely recognizes this goes hand in hand with Karen Reed's ability to defend herself and her right to present a defense. So even though, she's already previously found there's been a discovery violation here, I'm not going to bar the ARCCA witnesses from testifying. And her stated reason for that was because I recognize Karen Reed's right to present a defense. So I think she's been looking for a reason, but I'm really not sure that she got one yesterday. She did get some things she can hang her hat on if she wants to. She can definitely hang her hat on, there's a violation of the sequestration order, which, by the way, I did go back and try to hunt down. Yesterday, I tried to find the old sequestration order so that I could see were experts exempt from it, and I couldn't find it. I don't think they ever put that in writing. As I'm remembering back, I think what they did is they had pretrial motions in limine where it came up, and it was just very brief. So I couldn't verify that there was, in fact, an order that excluded all of the witnesses that did not exempt the experts. But nevertheless, assuming that that's the case, as Mr. Brennan has represented it, if we're taking Mr. Brennan's representations at face value, which may or may not be a smart thing to do. If we take it at face value, then that could be a justification. Defense failed to inform them, and it caused them to be tainted by new information, created a misleading impression to the jury about the process and what they had relied on and so forth. But is that going to be enough to exclude ARCCA altogether? I don't think so. One, because, it's presented as inadvertent. If anybody is at fault in that situation, it's defense counsel. It's not the ARCCA witnesses. They didn't know about the order. And there's no evidence, nothing in the record to suggest they did know. Nothing to suggest the Department of Justice knew and was, trying to feed them the information anyway. So in that sense, this is not a egregious, willful type of violation, the sort of thing that would cause you to look for a more severe sanction. If there is a problem here, it's on the part of defense counsel, who didn't let them know that this order was in place, and they should avoid getting information about the trial, watching testimony, and so forth. But then, there's this other little signal. There's this other little signal, and I just, the more I thought about it after the fact, I'm like, God, no, she's not going to boot them. And it was that little aside she had with Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf, can you get that order done earlier? If I order you. Oh, she loves her authority, doesn't she? She really, if I order you, she really enjoyed flaunting her authority with that very cute little Dr. Wolf. Yeah, I think she did. No, I don't think she would necessarily, let him in just because she likes to look at him and wants to flirt with him and so forth. Um, but I think it was a signal. If we're talking about you completing your report, we're not necessarily talking about, excluding you altogether. So I think that's an unlikely outcome at this point. It's just that this mission that Mr. Brennan has been on, it has not unfolded the way that he hoped it would. Uh, you know, no, there's no text messages, but is that the most nefarious thing ever? It's really not. It's really not. I know lots of people go through and delete their message threads. I don't do that. Never done that. I just, I don't really get it. Like if I haven't interacted with the message, then it just, it goes lower in my screen and I don't see it and then I don't care about it. So it's just there. But I mean, I don't get the impression they take up a lot of storage or stuff either. I mean, I could see it like you need to carefully guard the memory on your phone, so you delete extraneous stuff. Sure, I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem buying that, especially when stuff's not important. One of the things I already mentioned is text messages, especially about just small things. No, I would not expect that that's something that either law firms or a professional engineering firm would go to the trouble to routinely collect and preserve, because they're just not that important. And the kind of hassle factor involved in doing that, it's expensive. There's a cost to that. It's gonna add to the cost of your overhead if you're having to pay to, for the time to go in and collect all of these and organize them. You're having to pay for the storage on the server to hold them. For what purpose? What's the upside for it? You do it for important things, but for unimportant things, it doesn't pass the cost benefit analysis. And I think the bottom line is just, as kind of a practical question, would the client want to pay me extra to save their text message about you should park at the church parking lot? I can't imagine that's a priority to most people. So this idea that like the text messages need to be routinely stored, I don't really buy it, because if you're doing important business over your text message, there's other ways to preserve that. The most common one I mentioned before, the old school way, is the memo to file. Memo to file. And the kind of more new school version of the memo to file is the email to self. If you need to memorialize some type of conversation that you had, that's kind of the more conventional, from the sort of law firm's standpoint. From my perspective, that's the more conventional way to do it. So I don't find any of that particularly alarming. Text not existing. Yeah, it seems kind of fairly commonplace. But she's dug in, is part of the issue that I see. She's bought in to this suspicion that Hank had, and it didn't pan out. Okay, he didn't get the text, but he got the records of, what was sent, when the conversations were on the phone, how long they were, and so forth. And yeah, it sounds like it kind of fizzled, kind of punked out. A bunch of 2-minute calls to the receptionist. That's not That's not putting any meat on the bones of the, however many phone calls you claim took place. Because yeah, that looks like phone tag. That looks like phone tag. And phone tag is very much an ordinary course of affairs in dealing with experts and law firms and stuff like that. So, this it really didn't pan out, and whatever Brennan thought he was doing with Mr. Wolf on the stand, with Dr. Wolf on the stand yesterday, with his attitude and his disdain, his contempt, and his little editorial asides, snotty thing. I also don't feel like that really produced anything, because what you got was a man who's kind of befuddled about what is this guy's problem, doing his best to earnestly and sincerely answer the questions while keeping his cool and staying professional, not returning the attitude. So to the extent this was supposed to bait Dr. Wolf or get him mad or something like that, it didn't work. Didn't work. But she's gone a long way down this road. This is my prediction. She's going to do something. She's going to do something just to validate how far she's already allowed this to go. She's going to do something. It's not going to be, yes, they can testify. They're completely unrestricted, no limits on it. Old opinions, new opinions. It's all good. She's going to do something. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Maybe it will be produce the report earlier. Maybe. Just something like that, just to make a point. Just something like that to make a point. I found a discovery violation and I've let this thing go on for this long. I can't backpedal so far, that everything is just forgotten as if it never happened. I don't see that. I think there's going to be something, but ultimately, no, I don't think she's going to bar ARCCA entirely. It's just too high risk, and she doesn't have a good enough record of the kind of misconduct that would justify that type of thing. So we'll see. Maybe we'll get an order. I mean, if ARCCA has a report to produce and there's going to be a hard deadline from the court that she orders them to do, I'm sure they'd like to know sooner rather than later so they can arrange their time accordingly. I did, that moment, it just stuck with me. It just made me wonder if there's some insight into Judge Bev and how she operates from that little exchange. She likes the people in her court obsequious. And Hank has been playing that game. He's been playing it up. We've seen it in this trial. Oh, that's my, that's my bad, Your Honor. And I'm, completely, he will absolutely show his belly to the court. And I get the impression Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Jackson, they're not going to do that. That's not their style. They're going to stand up for themselves. They're going to stand on business because they have the impression that they are doing the correct and ethical thing anyway. So they're not going to take any guff from the judge about it. So just not as impressed by that. If I order you, I can order people to do things. And then what are you going to do? Just made me wonder if that's a little bit of insight into how she operates. So today we know we're going to continue with the cross-examination of Ian Whiffin. This is our first Alessi cross. Now, I have been a little critical of this defense team, haven't I, for taking what I sort of consider to be a little bit of a shotgun approach to the cross-examination. They are shooting at what's there instead of what they need to hit. And what do they need to hit? They need to hit what they told us about in the opening statement. And the opening statement was 3 things. There was no collision between Karen's vehicle and John O'Keefe. There was a biased investigation by Michael Proctor, and that was done for the benefit to protect the powerful Albert family. Those were the 3 things that mattered, that we took away from the defense opening. No collision, biased investigation, powerful Albert family. So those are your targets. Those are the things that you need to be hitting with your cross-examination. The obvious place that we're going here with this cross-examination with this witness, and given what this witness has brought to the table, what we have on our targets here is there was no collision. The Commonwealth's theory, their explanation of how this happened, it doesn't work. And so we know from the first trial, we know from the descriptions, we already know that the bulk of that is, is the crash daddies. It's the physics of how cars behave and how human bodies behave, particularly when they have this type of interaction. What sort of consequences are you going to see from that? Injuries, damage, etc. But if it doesn't fit the timeline, that's another pretty good way of showing that the accident didn't happen. If the evidence, the technical evidence that you're producing is inconsistent with your explanation, Commonwealth, of how this accident happened, then that's reasonable doubt. You haven't come up with a viable theory that, takes into account all of the data. And so we already highlighted, we already caught some of the problems for the Commonwealth's case in Ian Whiffin's testimony. We already caught some of the problems with John O'Keefe's phone and the data they were able to get out of John O'Keefe's phone. He's taken steps when he shouldn't be, when he's not supposed to. We already know, again, from the first trial, Karen's phone connects with John's Wi-Fi back at his house, back at 1 Meadows Ave at 12:36 p.m. But John is doing things with his phone, physical things with his phone, pressing the lock button back there at 34 Fairview at 12:32. So possible for Karen to make that drive in 4 minutes. It's gonna be kind of tough to prove, isn't it? Everything that we've heard so far, weather means everything gets slowed down. And the normal drive time is already like 6 minutes. So doesn't really fit the timeline for those types of things to be happening. But then the following morning, that is so intriguing, because the phone is starting to walk around. It's coming out of the pocket and it's looking for faces long before Carrie Roberts pointed to that dash cam video and said, "That's when I picked up John's phone and put it in my pocket, before I gave it to some unnamed first responder, none of whom have come forward to claim that they were given that phone." So this is a thread to pull on. This is an issue that you can follow up on, because we've found inconsistencies. And so that's a weak point. That's where you have an opening into the case to undermine the case and potentially make the case fall apart. So lot of room for some of those details to be highlighted in Mr. Alessi's cross, if that's, the direction that he's inclined to go. I do have a theory that, just given given how he's presented so far, given how he argues and everything like that, very systematic guy. His organization is top notch. He comes prepared with his binders and his outlines and his exhibits, his pages of the report that we're going to talk about and so forth. Mr. Alessi preps. So I do have a theory that that's going to translate into a more targeted cross. We're going to see it fact focused. We're not going to see it. We're not going to see it just opportunistically challenging what's there. What there is that's available to be challenged just because it's there. We're going to focus on what we need to shoot, not just what happens to show up and wander across our path. And so I wouldn't expect to see him arguing about just hypothetically things like, oh, Mr. Whiffin, you testified on direct examination that you occasionally convert your blog entries into journal articles, and you've had peer-reviewed journal articles, but isn't it true that you've actually only had one peer-reviewed article, that you use the plural, something like that? I would not expect to see that from Mr. Alessi. So that's my theory. That's my theory about what we're going to see. Now, having said that, might that be already undermined slightly by what he was doing yesterday? I'm not sure. The send, when the messages were read and he had them shown on his PowerPoint presentation, Mr. Alessi made a whole point about how you don't say who the message is from. Seemed to be consistent. Wasn't really clear why we're bringing this up. Like, is this just to clarify for the jury, a reminder this is who the message is from? Or are we trying to imply that Mr. Whiffin is hiding something in how he presented this information? I don't think the hiding things landed, because he did have the information in the PowerPoint. It was just at the point where it was sent in his timeline there. So, that's not particularly targeted. That's not getting us. Is that getting us closer to there was no accident, powerful Albert family biased Michael Proctor? Not necessarily. But I'm also recognizing yesterday was a situation where he knew it was going to get cut short. They know what their schedule is. They know that they're going into a half day. So maybe you're just killing a little time to get to that lunch break. You know what you want to cover before you get done for the day. Might need to stretch it out a little bit. I don't know. So this is kind of a test moment for me, is seeing what that Mr. Alessi cross is like so far. I did like that point that he elicited. Mr. Whiffin, we don't even know if there's other faces in John's phone, other faces that can unlock his phone. We don't know if John set it up that way or if he's the only one. Ian Whiffin never looked. He never looked. You're talking to us about these data points to try to help us understand what was the sequence of events leading up to John O'Keefe being found on the front lawn at 34 Fairview. And you're telling us about these Face ID screen unlocks, but you didn't even, wouldn't that help the timeline? If we know for sure it's only John's face, then that kind of narrows the range of options of how that data could have been produced. But he didn't even look at that. I'm like, it probably doesn't mean anything. Do I think like Jen McCabe's in John O'Keefe's Face ID? Probably not. I think the most plausible inference here is that it's probably only John. The Face ID is his own phone, but we don't know. It does have a little hint of that sloppy. That's quite a thing to just sort of assume and take for granted. That said, is that really that important? No, it's probably not. This probably isn't a game changer. But that was the first real hard point that he elicited from Mr. Alessi, or from Mr. Whiffin. And it did. I just noticed it. Oh, you never looked it up. That's where we started, this basic information. That's where he started with Mr. Whiffen. I never looked it up. So is there going to be some structure here, maybe a theme about what Mr. Whiffen didn't do, the things he neglected to do? I don't know. Interested to see. That other point, Mr. Alessi gave us a clue. He gave us a clue about where he's going. He gave us a story because he started off getting Mr. Whiffen to acknowledge the cell phone data can help tell a story when it's correctly interpreted. It can help tell a story. And literally seconds can be significant. Mr. Whiffen agreed with both of those points. So you're bringing that out from the Commonwealth's witness to emphasize those facts are going to go in your favor. If those facts don't go in your favor, then you're not going to draw the jury's attention to them. You're drawing the jury's attention to them because you think you're going to be able to show the correct interpretation favors our theory of what happened, and the seconds are going to be what makes a difference. Time discrepancies, those are going to be what counts. So as he kind of started to go through, didn't ever check to make sure that only John's phone only John's face could unlock the phone. He never looked that up. And then it looks like court might be getting started. I'll go ahead and bring it up. And then we proceeded to the accuracy, the location, the bearing shifts westerly, that change in his,
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
So we're seeing a focus on specific facts.
Good morning, Counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I do have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
No, starting at sidebar today.
Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
I'm still 15 minutes late.
Yes or no, affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Before we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn.
The rock.
If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th of 2020. Thank you. With that, could we have Mr. Whiffen back, please?
They stipulated to tell the jury the rock wasn't there. It did come up, guys.
Good morning.
So you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's approach and show him some stuff. That's always a good way to get started.
Your Honor, if I may address the court.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're going to chit chat about what you put in your report.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin,
Good morning.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
Looks real pleased to be here, doesn't he?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Now, if this guy is sharp, he's reading through this and he already knows. If he's sharp, he can read through his report, what the defense attorney has just handed him, and understand at least generally what the line of attack is going to be.
Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffen?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30 and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that
Did I
correctly?
read that correct?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffin that we had published yesterday in DEC.
This is so clean. Notice he's not going. So, he's not making him try to explain it
79.
the way the defense wants to.
Mr. Whiffin, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Shouldn't have
Now,
asked.
if you could
That's
continue
important, isn't it?
on
That's argument.
your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is, again, a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And
that's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
And seconds matter. Where's he going?
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82.
$12.25 to $12.37. What else is going on?
So I want to discuss with you the very top entry,
steps. You don't say.
12/31/56, where you have the entry start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means.
Yes, let's.
At
Go
that
back to
time
page
period,
29.
12/31/56, do you recall writing in a March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report.
Yes, let's. Where it said that can happen because, you know, you go into a basement or something.
So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the
Good.
device
Is it? Possible.
was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
And steps.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go, stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable.
Interesting.
You did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
This is surgical. I'm loving it.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct, not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text. And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information, again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to tether, to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Oops. Didn't mean to pause it.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Will, go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again.
Trying to keep everything visible on the screen here. I'm going to move things around.
Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry, is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble here.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 00:25, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction
Show us the
there
screen.
that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So you testified that the flagpole and the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
What's the problem with that? Why do we even need to chit chat about it? Yeah, that's a perfectly valid question. If the witness disagrees that that's his opinion, he can say, no, I didn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did say that. Let's go back and check. He was asked whether he had an opinion. It was his opinion whether the cell phone remained near the flagpole. And he answered that the location data that shows accurate measurements tends to show near the flagpole, that there were only 36 steps showing movement after midnight. This was all his reasons about the totality about why the device never moved far away from the flagpole. So yeah, he had that opinion.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So if we can enlarge that depiction. So yesterday, Mr. Whiffin, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer
Is no.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82.
He's saying Mr. Wolf, guys, not because he's confusing that with Mr. Whiffen. Wolf is the guy that's operating the projector or whatever they're using there, the laptop, whatever's displaying the things on the screen. That is Mr. Wolf.
And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56. And then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
Well, you know about the bearing.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I
That's
recall
fair.
seeing a
So you
report.
don't know.
Sorry.
You don't have to answer
Sorry,
that.
apologies.
And that's okay.
That's a fair question. I don't know why that's getting sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection.
Objection.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr.
Nothing
Alessi,
wrong with
please.
this. Nothing wrong with this. He said he saw it. He said he saw it. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Now we know. Now we know what the Commonwealth's theory is, that it's at 12/31/56 that the accident, the collision took place. They're saying that that was the trigger event. According to Mr. Alessi, of course, it's not in evidence yet. But he claims there's a report where they say that, and that's a little bit of a problem because the steps ended at 12:32:16. So I don't know of even a fancy pirouette through the air that's going to take 20 seconds to get to the end, but also the problem that after the 36 steps, within seconds, we have the pocket state clearing, the unlocking with the Face ID, the steps ending, and then the device closed and locked for the last time. So that theory is going to be very difficult to reconcile. We saw this, we previewed this yesterday. They're going to try to explain away those 36 steps. If the Apple Health data can record driving on a hill as health data, then we're also going to say that, pirouetting through the air can be mistaken for steps in Apple Health. And that's when they're going to claim, and that seems to be it. That seems to be when they're claiming the accident happened, because they can't explain the 36 steps at the same time that, according to the location data, Mr. Whiffen says that the bearing is westerly towards the house. They can't explain that. So they're going to try to say that's when the accident happened, but you got a problem with the phone activity that happened after that. That is not consistent with your theory of this accident and the injuries that were sustained and so forth. So quite a little preview, quite a little hint that Mr. Alessi is dropping in here. I love this cross so far. This is so clean. He's sticking to the facts. I would quibble with his, that's an important thing. You don't have to say that. And the first time he said it, it did give Mr. Whiffen an opportunity to correct that very peculiar thing that he said yesterday. Yesterday, he said it not necessarily moving because the data is getting more accurate. The accuracy is increasing. Like, what? What on earth are you saying? Well, today he corrected it. No, the accuracy was declining. So, you don't have to browbeat them into acknowledging what's important or not important. The jury will decide what's important. That's for you to argue, but that is a minor quibble. We're sticking with facts here. Yeah, problems with the connectivity could have to do with the location accuracy. That could have to do with going into that basement, going into that house. He said basement on direct, like it would have been fun to call that out, but he could argue with that and then you're sort of stuck. So good to stick with the report. I love the, did I read that correctly? Man, like, talk about rehabilitating some bad memories from Depp v. Heard, when that was Mr. Rottenborn trying to confront Johnny Depp with all of these articles that say various things, and Johnny Depp is just befuddled by this, like, well, yes, you read it correctly, but who is Alison Bischoff and how would she know? This, on the other hand, feeding Mr. Whiffen his own words and his own report back to him, the did I read that correct? It's a good way to just say it, just highlight what's out there, what you want them to hear. And focus them on that factual case that you're making here. Thank you for that correction. It's a very humble. We don't have to, not everybody on the witness stand is an enemy, and you don't have to treat them all like an enemy. You don't have to give no ground. You don't have to take no quarter. None of that stuff. If he gets it right, thank you for the correction. It's very humble, and it keeps him on the high ground and all of that. I really like that. Oh, and what we're doing here, the triangulation. He is triangulating Mr. Whiffin against Aperture. He is using the Commonwealth's own experts to defeat the Commonwealth's own theory. I love this kind of thing. I really am. It's one of the most satisfying things I think that you can do in a trial is when you can take one of the opposing party's experts and you can turn them into your witness. You can make them have to concede things that benefit your case. And so, yeah, we see exactly what he's going to do here. We see exactly where he's going. Aperture's claiming, you know, the event happened. They relied on his data to reach this conclusion. But there's a problem if you look at all of his data, including the stuff that happened after the fact. Don't think John was unlocking, you know, pulling his phone out of his pocket, unlocking it with his face, checking a text message, and then relocking the phone as this accident was happening. Don't think that's the best interpretation of those 30 steps.
Mayor, Your Honor.
You can approach.
Thank you.
So he's winning his little issue at the sidebars
Mr.
here.
Whiffin, I'm handing you this. Ms. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness?
Sure.
Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an Aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffin. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the
Paused again.
trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point, the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
That's an interesting concession.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock, device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir.
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
The messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this, it says read message pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's a Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12:32:16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
Did you go into the cache?
Yes.
Thank you.
The granular that tells you specifically what it's aggregating over these time periods?
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Could we have the
Your Honor.
lights, please, Dave?
Are we going to get to 6 o'clock or does it not
Do you
matter?
recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
83 1/3 if we're being technical.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Guarino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Guarino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Guarino, huh? Going after Guarino. Interesting. Another triangulation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nick, how dare you call him Nick? Like Crash Daddy Dr. Wolf called Mr. Jackson Allen. How dare you do that?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just want to make sure I got the entire report. Mr. Whiffen?
Thank you.
And may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Guarino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. He's so humble. We'll take the correction. That's fine. Because he's not trying to be tricky or slippery. If he says something off, it was just a mistake, he'll take the correction. I love it. I really do. I just feel like these are little things that help build credibility.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
So pose it as a hypothetical, Mr. Alessi. Whatever
Have you ever
need.
had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Guarino?
Very briefly.
But you have, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Guarino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Object to the floor.
Sustained.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Guarino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to
Maybe.
what we were
Look at his face.
discussing
He's not happy.
earlier about the steps and the distance covered. And this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's
So
not.
let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline.
Yes, let's. Oh, I am just loving this so far. This witness, look at him. He's got nothing. He can't fight
Step
it.
83.
There's nothing for him to fight with.
We now have Doppler 1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
And he said before that requires an incoming call or an action moving the phone.
Switch. Thank you.
He looks like a deflating
Your
balloon,
Honor.
doesn't he? Just airs come out of him. Started off so well, but this theory is just not going to
Do you
hold
need
up.
this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
And he can't be mad because like this guy is being mean to him or something. He's not being mean at all. It's just the facts that you're upset about. Because that's all
I would
he's
now
talking about.
like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet.
Yes, he wolfs that guy sitting in the corner with the laptop.
iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
It's an interesting idea because wouldn't it have to do with the phone activity as well? I mean, it could correlate with environmental, but like if the phone is working really hard, it would get hotter.
The battery
maybe?
temperature
I don't know.
of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests.
Yes, let's. He's shifting because he doesn't know. What are we talking about? What about him? Got his attention a little bit.
You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffen, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that
He
be helpful,
hasn't
Mr.
asked
Whiffen?
if order needed it. Just refresh him with it.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario one. Test scenario one, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this
It's the
test?
same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's a software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77?
What was the freezer temp?
And if we could enlarge that chart, please.
Did you put it under
Enlarge it
like
just a little bit more.
a package of ground
We're
beef?
not concerned with the text at this point.
A warm package
So we can just
of
get the
ground
chart
beef?
as large as possible. Thank you.
Something to kind of recreate our conditions according to the Commonwealth?
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario one, approximately the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a
You don't
freezer.
know?
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that everybody
a
has.
regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data that
That's a bad
you-
experiment.
you
Okay.
have from it. Let's start at the 1710 timeframe, where it's placed in the freezer, and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over
Ah.
3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr. Whiffin.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. If I have a moment, Your Honor. .33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's like
per
watching
minute
him
drop,
on a
correct?
calculator,
Correct.
and that's why he laughed. Because he's going to actually be that careful about getting it right. Build some credibility with the
Now
jury.
let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Outside in Calgary,
And-
he said, I think.
We could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf?
That ain't Calgary winter. That's probably like April. Ian Runkle can tell us.
And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So was it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated it, that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios, the one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8,
With what
and then
we saw
test
with
scenario
John's phone.
one in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you.
What a great question. He just
So
testified to
if
so much
we
stuff.
Start out at 12:13. We see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you
Keeps pausing.
take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped
50 degrees in 15 minutes.
50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario one than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario two, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a,
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry,
It's below freezing.
what is
33.
freezing in Fahrenheit?
0.8.
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius.
Right.
And it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So
Yeah.
in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Using the Commonwealth's
Don't you
own
think
experts.
that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide, in your report, including battery.
He said it wasn't important, but he just found they highly correlate.
One set, sir. I'll go back to the question.
If it was 80 degrees outside, would that change your analysis?
Digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who were
As
the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan?
Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan?
It was in my report.
It was in your report,
But you also
but you said you
discussed it.
discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Let him keep saying this over and over again.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday, in your presentation to the jury, in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I like that he's moving on. I would have dug in on a couple other things with this. You don't see the
I
connection,
just
but
want
you
to be
yourself
clear
said they correlate.
on a final point on as regards temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffen. I'll be right back.
I would have hammered it. I don't see the connection. The connection you yourself said in your report, especially when the phone is in a locked state, that they are highly correlated. So of course there's a connection. You don't see the relevance. If this phone was in an 80-degree room, would that tell you, what with the temperature? Would that be consistent with the temperature data? You can say that, right? So it can be helpful to determining location.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please.
One more thing
Mr.
here.
Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just
Of
have
course.
one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again. And this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you.
You did establish that already.
Excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffen, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06,
Here we go.
4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
That little warming in the morning, we gonna touch on that or leave it? We're not following up on what did Carrie Roberts do with the phone so far. Who did she give it to?
Switching, may I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to focus on that. What caused the phone temperature? Remind me exactly what he said yesterday. Phone temperature is at 43. It starts dropping sometime at 6:02 to 6:03. Drops down to 3 degrees, drops down further
May I
to
put you on?
37
Yes.
degrees at 6:14, and then starts getting warm
May I have
again.
Exhibit 42, please.
He already said in his direct he doesn't know what happened. Doesn't know what triggered those drops. Maybe it's enough on
What
direct
is
that it
Exhibit
came out.
42?
Maybe they don't care.
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe, duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 18:47, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Just a second.
No.
Not sure what just happened here. They're having a little chat, I guess. Yes, appears that we're going to have a sidebar. That's weird. How can you tell? How can you tell? One's answered because it's incoming, but one you can't tell the other one because it's outgoing. I don't know. Guess it doesn't matter. I like how Alessi's willing to just ask, and if it doesn't matter, okay. Then we'll move on. I like his modulation when he chose to get loud. When he chose to get loud and emphatic is when he's emphasizing you did all this work on temperature data and you did it for a reason, but you never thought I should put 2 and 2 together and do an actual analysis with this data. I shouldn't actually compare the results of this experiment with the case scenario that I'm being presented with and asked to form opinions about. You never did that. He says he doesn't think it was relevant. He didn't see the connection. You yourself said in your report that there is a high connection, a high correlation between the phone temperature battery and the ambient temperature, particularly when the phone is in a locked state. And this phone was in a locked state. So that would give you information about the ambient temperature in which the phone was. And that couldn't tell you something about location. That's when he starts emphasizing his point. You didn't even look down this road. Oh, but you had a discussion about temperature.
This seems like an appropriate time to take our morning recess. So why don't we take a 15 or 20-minute recess?
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, right this way, please. If you know, put closed. Appreciate it, please.
Morning recess. Oh, well, guys, what do you think of Hanks? What do you think of Alessi so far? I could not be loving this more. I really couldn't. You know, I know it's one of those things that you tend to like what you identify with. You tend to like, people tend to like themselves, and so you tend to like what you perceive as being similar to you. Mr. Alessi, he's my spirit lawyer. Okay. Like this. Yeah. I like Mr. Alessi because of course, I'm biased in that sense. This is how I like to do cross, and he's doing it the way I like him to do it. I think this is very effective. You make your points with the information you have. It's about the facts. The trial's about the facts. And so when the facts are on your side, yeah, you can just, all you got to do is just tell the story of what the facts say. Everybody can put 2 and 2 together. You did this whole set of experiments about temperature data because it was that important, but it wasn't important enough for you to actually analyze it and form opinions about it. You didn't actually do that. You just sort of threw these random numbers out there and said, well, make whatever sense of it you will. He said it's not his place to say what sort of investigation should occur. No, it's not his place to drive the investigation, but is it an expert's place to suggest follow-up information that would be helpful? 100 billion% yes, it is. Absolutely it is. If I can't give you this information based on all what I already know, but you can get this additional information and that could help. Do you think law enforcement follows up on that and gets the expert their information? Uh-huh. Yeah, they do. That's literally part of your job as the expert, is to tell the team that you're working for what you need to be able to do the work they're asking you to do. So not your place to guide the investigation. This is a red herring. He's not saying it's your job to drive the investigation, but you certainly have a place to ask for follow-up information that would be helpful. See if that can be provided to you. But, so here's all this stuff that you can read between the lines that he's not saying to the jury right now. It's argument. You don't have to say it now. You'll say it in argument. You don't have to get in the ring with this attorney, this witness, and try to force him to say these things that he's never going to say because he's not on your side. But your point to the jury is you didn't want the answer. You didn't want the answer, and that's why you didn't look at it, because you can just look at this with your own two eyeballs and recognize there's a problem here. That what this phone is doing doesn't correspond with what's going on in the freezer. And what's going on in the freezer and what's going on outside in Calgary at, not sure if it's -5 degrees Celsius or 33 degrees Fahrenheit, because those are not the same thing. I don't know if he has a typo. I don't know if he did a bad conversion. Yes, 33 degrees is above freezing, but -5 is not. So I don't even know now what the conditions were outside. Nevertheless, it's pretty cold outside in Calgary. It's winter equivalent weather. You tried to make these circumstances at least directionally similar to what was going on in Canton. It's not precise, but it's cold. You knew it was cold outside in Canton by that flagpole. And you knew that there were temperature adjustments, temperature modifications in this phone, temperature changes in the battery. So that's what you were trying to recreate. That's why you did these tests. And then you can look at it without having to do any deep analysis at all and notice these are not the same behavior. So you didn't want the answer to the question, what does this mean? Because you're going to have to say, well, they don't correspond. And then somebody's got to try to figure out a reason and an answer for why they don't correspond. And maybe they don't have one. I'm not sure how, John O'Keefe being potentially on top of this phone, I don't know how that matters. That didn't get recreated in the experiment. That might have been helpful. Put the phone outside and put a body temperature, 220-pound mass on top of it and see what happens. Temperature of the earth, the mass of the earth, is so much more than the mass of the human. It's going to be the driving force here. But does the body heat mitigate it? It might. I mean, I could see that. Sure, I could see that. You're keeping half of it warm, half of it's getting cold. But you got to test that and you got to follow through on it. You just dropped it when it didn't look good. So this is argument. You didn't want the answer. You don't have to ask him that. That's why I love what he's doing so much. We know that's where he's going, though. Do you think the jury already gets that? They already got that message because he emphasized it with his tone. He just made it clear to them the contrast in how I'm asking these questions and how I'm emphasizing this point right now versus the other stuff that we've talked about. That means pay attention to this. Pay attention to the fact that you discussed temperature with Hank Brennan, but you never followed up. You never squared the circle. You never did the final part where you actually analyzed the results of the testing that you did. Think the jury has already made that step? He probably didn't want the answer. So much more persuasive when the jury can reach the conclusion themselves. You don't have to tell them. They get it. They get it. And just in case they don't, you mentioned it in the argument. Bring it up in your closing. They said the data was going to prove their side, but when the data didn't look good, and the data didn't correspond to their own experiment, what did they do? They dropped it. They didn't follow up. They didn't finish the analysis. They didn't look at whether or not that means this is a viable explanation for the environmental conditions this phone was in on January the 29th. They didn't want the answer. Mm. I love what's happening here, guys. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Could be shorter, but I'm always, I'm always kind of a fan of keeping things brief. It just makes it clearer. Again, what do I need to focus on? I have limited attention span. Everybody does. What's that thing about like what people remember well is up to 7, and then beyond 7, that's like why phone numbers are 7. But then you can also group things into like groups of 7, and you'll be able to remember it better. So that's why you can remember like the area code with the number, because you can like group things. I just kind of remember it's in the back of my head somewhere that people have studied that. How many independent things can you remember? And it's not a ton. So I like to keep it simple, but I like how he's doing that through the grouping. He's doing it through the grouping. We're gonna start first with the location and the GPS, and we're gonna talk about that. So even if I don't necessarily remember all the details, I remember the big takeaway. His phone could be anywhere in that white circle, and you didn't clarify that on your direct exam. You didn't put that in your PowerPoint. You didn't tell us that. The phone could be inside the house, and you didn't tell us that. That's the takeaway. Second category, the temperature data. Second cluster of things, even if I don't remember all of the details, what I do remember is that he never compared his test to John's phone. And there's a discrepancy in the testing, that in his test, the temperature dropped a lot, but John's phone didn't drop nearly as much. That's the takeaway. So even if I don't remember each and every detail, by grouping it like that, he's making it more digestible and more easy to follow, more memorable. So this is some excellent technique, I think, that we're watching. Hey, while we have a couple minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and see what you guys are saying. Don't get too far behind when we get to lunch. Joshua Frost, did you see a clip of Brennan signaling Cannoni? I did see this clip. This has been circulating in a few different places. Somebody caught it. It was a moment during the ARCCA voir dire yesterday where Hank Brennan is up at the bench. He's up at the witness stand. He's handing something to Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf is explaining it, and as he starts explaining, Hank, appears to be doing like a head shaking, looking towards Judge Cannoni. Judge Cannoni puts on her glasses and looks down at some papers. I did see this. What does it mean? I don't know. Does it look like Hank is trying to signal the judge? Not necessarily to me, honestly. Bear in mind his demeanor during that whole voir dire. He's being snotty. He's being difficult. He's being editorial. And so if he doesn't like the answer, is he going to maybe react by, shaking his head? Yeah, he might. His whole voir dire was a signal in that way. His outrage is a signal. So I didn't necessarily see anything here that would, be like secret communications or something. I don't think you can say that from the clip, but I did see it, and it looks to me like it's just kind of more of the same of what he was doing throughout that examination. He's editorializing. Jason McClellan, keeping the experts out from each other's testimony would be limit the scope of evidence. Defense counsel dropped the ball on the order. I mean, if they've got an expert that should be listening into to Mr. Whiffin's testimony, they really should have pushed this, before, if this matters. It was supposed to be, Hank needed to think about it over the weekend. It's fine because on Friday there wasn't going to be any expert testimony. Here it is Monday. We've started with expert testimony, and we don't know yet. We haven't had any sort of resolution to this issue of are the experts being sequestered. So I don't know why. I don't know if defense has dropped it. I don't know what the deal is. I really don't. And you know, kind of same thing with the last trial, the way that this has gotten crossways with ARCCA. It's kind of normal for experts to be exempt from the order, and I've mentioned that before. It's a different, they're in a different position than the fact witnesses, whose memories can be tainted or who might have incentives to tailor their testimony to what they hear in the courtroom. The expert witness doesn't know what happened. They don't have personal knowledge of any of the stuff. They're there for analysis, and so it's beneficial if they can adjust their analysis to the information that's being presented. Say a witness changes their testimony and your analysis as an expert is based on what they said before, but now that's not the position that they're taking. Well, your analysis isn't helpful anymore. And so to preclude you from being able to update your analysis because somebody changed their story, that's not helpful to the jury. That's taking away from the function that the expert is supposed to be providing here. So it's really a different scenario, and that's why this was such a red flag to me when they're talking about this initially back during the pretrial hearings, and she's saying you shouldn't assume that. Elizabeth Little had said something to the effect of, we just sort of assume it's routine that this happens, and Judge Cannoni's like, well, you shouldn't assume anything. It's the kind of thing that it probably should be fair to presume because it happens almost all the time, almost everywhere. And so that's probably also why ARCCA didn't think there was any sort of red flag in the DOJ filling them in on the testimony, because they are used to accommodating and adjusting to the new information. That's part of what they are supposed to do. That's what's most helpful. So would have been nice to get some kind of follow up on that. I don't know where we're at. I don't know. Torgo the White, here's some love from the potentially criminal side of YouTube. Little Hanky really suffered. I can't, I'm sorry guys. I can't do the Massachusetts. I just can't. I haven't heard it enough. Haven't spent enough time there. I'm not terribly good with accents anyway. Oh, but you know what I do love? I love me that Mr. Alessi knows how to say voir dire. He knows how to say it the French way. Voir dire. Yes, it's voir dire. Thank you. Little Hanky really suffered with ARCCA yesterday, and we were here for it. Oh, he was, this was the manifestation of that argument. If you don't have the facts, pound the law. If you don't have the law or the facts, pound the table. This was Hank Brennan pounding the table because he didn't really have anything to hang his hat on. You know, there's no law that they violated by deleting texts. There's no law that they violated by scheduling their appearance. And your little fishing expedition didn't give you any smoking gun to be able to show that there was impropriety here. The worst thing you came out with was that somebody else, a non-party, the Department of Justice, fed them information about what was going on in the trial, which was inadvertent. Apparently, worst case scenario, it's an inadvertent violation of the seclusion order that they weren't aware of. And that Dr. Wolf, as part of his own prep, did his outline, made the suggestions about here's how to best elicit the information I have to offer for the benefit of the jury, and sent that to Alan Jackson, and then said truthfully that they didn't discuss his testimony. They didn't discuss it. Me saying something to you that you may or may not have heard, that's not a discussion. It's not a discussion. So, that's the worst that they had. That is not a lot as far as a justification to get rid of ARCCA. So yeah, you don't have facts, you don't have law. What do you have? Maybe if I'm really outraged and snotty, maybe that'll work. We'll see how that's going to play. Welcome from the potentially criminal side. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming over. Amanda Capone, did she rule on making sidebars public? So my recollection of this, she didn't formally make a ruling. What she said when it came up was that in the previous trial, the defense brought it up that it's part of public access, and that it's because they were opposing during the motion in limine when Hank was arguing we should have a stenographer and not the FTR and the witness, because the juror needs to be confidential and so forth. And it was in that context that Ms. Little said, we're fine. Basically, we're fine with all that. But, we had this practice last trial of impounding the sidebars. We think that, isn't consistent with public trial right. You can accomplish those things by just redacting and so forth. Judge Canoni had said, well, to be clear, there was no objection to doing that during the last trial, but now there's an objection. So I don't recall that she said specifically, so we're going to do it this way or that way. Maybe when I step away from for lunch, I can check my notes from the motions in limine. But the impression that I got was that, yeah, we're doing it different this time because you didn't object last time. This time you're objecting. You don't necessarily have to object to preserve your public trial right. It's one of the ones that can be considered a structural error in some circumstances. It's not the defendant's right to waive. The defendant has a public trial right, yes, certainly, but the public also has a right to be present and attend. So if the defendant doesn't make an issue out of it, that is not dispositive because the public has their own independent right. But she recognized, oh yeah, that might be an issue, and now they're making a record. Better back off that, which she should, because that is an issue. So that's the best answer I can give you. Not sure that she said explicitly, but my impression is they are doing it differently this time because the defense raised it. Amelia Walsh, at 6:02:41, John's phone is looking for faces 417 times. Yeah. Yep. It starts looking for faces. It starts taking steps. The temperature starts changing. And this is all at least 10 minutes before Carrie Roberts is pointing to that dash cam video at about 6:15 when they picked John up and put him on the stretcher and take him into the ambulance and said, that's when I picked up his phone and put it in my pocket. Those things don't line up, do they? Those things don't line up. 6:02:41. I don't know. I'd love to nail down the time frame a little bit more if we can. I just don't know that we have the information. Maybe there's data from Karen's phone that we can rely on as far as location data to really hammer down when did Carrie Roberts's car arrive at 34 Fairview. Okay, we know, Kat knew from yesterday that Jen McCabe's 911 phone call was at 6:03:47. So 6:03:47 is after they got there, after they found him, but how long after? We don't necessarily know. But if there was if there was some other data that we could rely on to establish when exactly they got to the scene, that would be good to know, isn't it? Because things are starting to happen with the phone at 6:02:41. Be helpful to know if that's before they arrived or after they arrived. That would be some pretty critical, important information. Yeah, the phone activity in the early morning. If this is the new data that the Commonwealth has gotten since the last trial, I don't think it's helping their case. Jason McClellan, the phone data was like the audio jack in Delphi, gold for the defense. Yeah, should have been should have had a little bit more value in Delphi than apparently it did. You know, long after the girls are supposed to be passed away, the phone is under Abby's body, under a shoe. Somebody is plugging in headphones and then hours later unplugging them again. That should have been a pretty important tell that the Commonwealth, the state of Indiana's theory of that case doesn't comport with the physical evidence. There were plenty of other reasons to think that. You know, unfortunately, that just maybe didn't necessarily get hammered home. You know, problems with the elevation change, the phone data, the timeline, etc. But it's their own evidence, you know, that could have been dispositive. Arguably, maybe should have been. Maybe in this case it will be. They seem to have a lot more of a focus this time on this data, on this technical side of the case, and making sure that that really lands. It's their whole theory now. It's number one, number two, and number three, according to Mr. Jackson. There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. And this is how they're going to prove it. Motions and CPA. How do you think Mr. Whiffin slept last night, knowing Alessi was diligently prepping to lay it all out today? Yeah, I imagine. I imagine he was anxious. He was, you know, not looking forward to it. Nobody looks forward to cross-exam. But he's also not. He's not a novice. He's testified before, so he's been crossed before. He's even been crossed before in this particular case. Now, just not by Mr. Alessi. But are you necessarily going to know what that means? Are you necessarily going to anticipate that that means this is going to be especially excruciating? Watching myself get dissected. He was vivisected. Okay, live there on the stand. He's getting very finely sliced. Did he know that was coming? I doubt it. I doubt it. So I'm sure he had just the kind of ordinary nervousness. And the reality is, if he did, in fact, you know, not follow up on this information for a reason, if there were things that he de-emphasized for a reason, like, for example, those 36 steps that John finished taking after the time that the Commonwealth is saying that the accident occurred, and those additional phone activities and so forth, the white circle that shows the phone could have been inside 34 Fairview the entire night. He's going to, you know, de-emphasize those things. He already knows. He already knows those are weak points in my case. That's why I have to kind of bury them and like pretend they're not there. You know, not address that in my direct. Don't draw any attention to it. It's not a good strategy. You got to get out ahead of stuff like that. You got to have a reason to explain it. Otherwise, you just look like you're cherry picking your opinions. Bad facts happen in every case. Everybody always has bad facts to deal with. It's just the reality. Cases don't tend to be clean, you know. Eyewitnesses don't always add up. Things get lost. Things get, you know, done incorrectly. There's just all kinds of ways that that cases can be untidy. The victim isn't likable. You know, there's just a lot of things that you can have to deal with as bad facts. You get used to it, right? Bad facts are just a part of every case, but you got to have a plan for dealing with them. And hoping the other side doesn't notice it and capitalize on it is typically not going to be a very good strategy. Because, yeah, then once it comes out, you look like you were just trying to hide the ball. Me personally, I would not sleep well knowing that I was going to be subjected to a Mr. Alessi cross the next day. But that's because I have such high expectations. I've been watching Mr. Alessi. I like his style. Alpha She-Wolf. Mr. Wolf is the defense's tech guy. Yeah, he is. He's the guy that's sitting over there. I don't think there's an E at the end of his name. He's just Wolf, like the animal. Pretty sure. But he's the guy back there in the corner that's operating the laptop and putting things up on the screen. Glenn McClure, Ian wasn't asked if he spoke to Commonwealth since yesterday. That's been Mr. Jackson's lead into how he questions all the witnesses, is questioning them about have you been prepped and so forth. I like that Mr. Alessi isn't going there because I don't really care. I don't really care. I honestly, I don't. It's just not, it's not the most important thing. And so from a kind of priority standpoint, I don't have a problem with deprioritizing that. Well, they're sort of coming back, but not quite yet. Lisa McClellan, this expert is more helpful for the defense than the Commonwealth. He talks about Siri doing guessing your search. Accuracy is 10 meters, like 50
Go to the
feet.
session, please be seated.
He's evasive. iPhone has 2 Face IDs. I agree. He seems to have been
Whenever
more
you're
helpful
ready,
to the
Mr.
defense so
Alessi.
far.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, please?
Yes.
I agree. He seems to have been more helpful to the defense so far. And I am interested to see how the Face ID
So,
thing
Your
fleshes
Honor, I
out.
have a replacement Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously to replace Exhibit 42. And it's per stipulation with Mr. Brennan.
So we're subbing out a redacted exhibit for an unredacted one. Okay. Don't know why, but whatever.
Original's gonna be ID. C.
Thank you. May I present it to Mr. Whiffen? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffen. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, we had started going through the top 3 entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51.
We got rid of Jen's
Incoming
phone
call
number.
duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order? Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
We don't need
All
to
right,
be
that's
looking
better.
back at Mr. Whiffen
Okay, that's
camera.
fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first 3 by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those 3, after the first 3, yep, starting there, just take the first 3 by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438.
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436, and then skipping 1 to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
I wish the camera would focus more on the exhibits and not the Whiffin. Can we put a bug in the ear of the camera guy?
We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics.
So this is 12:33. This has got to be after Karen's left. This can't be when Karen is sitting outside.
Mr. Whiffen, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date
On this case or on this exhibit?
on this case?
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half.
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously.
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the result of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry.
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over.
Well, he opened the door. What were the results? He should be able to say. He just did it on Sunday. He volunteered it. I have no idea how this is being objected to. Did he know the answer? Did he know the answer? Because, was this disclosed or not disclosed? Would like to know. If this was a test he did, you're supposed to disclose that. And of course, we're well past the discovery cutoff for experts. So he probably should have done it before Sunday, after trial has started. Any grave concerns, you think? Grave concerns. So yeah, after 1.5 years, he finally got around to doing that, seeing if that corresponds. They went through a whole trial, a whole first trial. And he hadn't bothered to test that theory until apparently after week 1. We're gonna get Gonna get that time frame called out in this cross? I don't know. Seems important, doesn't it? Pretty important part of your theory.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
And she's sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
She's sustained.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
Hello, bias.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct,
Correct.
and so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And
Planting
data
a seed.
forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with.
Hash.
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is
You
a
okay with that?
unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But
Oh, yeah?
you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Planting a seed. I don't know that he's going to take that any further. Did
Do
you verify
recall
the hash?
preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of
227:40.
a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? However, isn't it correct that
Getting
in your
loud.
report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction has its value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way.
You couldn't
You
explain
concluded-
the deletion.
That the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
Ooh.
I don't know.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No,
The objection's overruled.
not from the hash value, no.
Easy made. A lot of jaw working there.
Let's go
Much
back to
anxiety.
the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, "House long to die in the cold." You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says? The Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.
Adjourned.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrate tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrate tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes,
So it's Insights is a
it's
suite,
essentially the same tool.
essentially the same tool. So does Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrate that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrate called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrate tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Celebrate forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrate Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrate tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
You
Could I-
mentioned,
Could I see counsel at sidebar for
Aye.
just a minute,
Yes,
please?
What, are we moving it along, Mr. Alessi? What do we need to take our time to have a sidebar chat about with respect to Celebrate removing it? That is a thing that happened. That is a point. He doesn't know the chain of custody for Jen McCabe's phone. Yeah, because none of us do. None of us knew the chain of custody. I would like to know why he didn't get to ask about the result of the Sunday night test that he did on the actual route, where he's saying, if I hold my cell phone, it'll show certain things. Why? He opened that door. He said he did it Sunday night. Why don't they get to ask about it?
Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrate forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrate outright removed the timestamp from, so none of its programs had it, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrate that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrate removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrate, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
code.
didn't ask if I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40
We got it.
a.m. timestamp.
It's okay, Mr.
right?
Alessi. We got it.
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Alessi?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case.
First proceeding. They all know it's a trial already. The firefighter gave it away.
In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes,
It-
probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we
Somebody's
talking
talking
about the additional evidence that shows what
Oh, no.
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
He's getting into the weeds here, and it's starting
Sir,
to
Does your work
not help.
include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer
shape
is
it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
These various forensic tools, Celebrate, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Phoretic Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fair.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes, it's an
Not
opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Switching topics from House Long.
Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffen. The
More,
Google
huh?
search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 22740 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, with regard to the 22740 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools in your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No,
You did not.
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffin, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So as you
I
sit here,
can't, but
you
the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Leave it there. That was good.
Switching
Switching
topics, Your
topics.
Honor, if I could have a moment.
Good.
You can take that. Okay, thank you.
Speaking of 1.4 miles, that's about how far I think it is from the waterfall to Meadows. But we got to drive. We can't go drink all night and then walk home, walk 1.5 miles home. Am I expecting too much?
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
But he made a lot of assumptions about continuity with iOS 14 with respect to the browser state.db.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Ooh, well done. Very well done.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Buying some time here with the stack the paper.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Fumbling through binder tabs.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever
Is that
attempt
necessary?
to shape
Do you
or
need to be
influence your
told
process by
explicitly
offering you information that had nothing to do with
what people
your
want
assessment of data?
to make inferences? Does your wife have
And
to
so
tell
as a
you
scientist,
specifically?
what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report,
Correct.
a few pages you were asked about,
Yes.
but you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you have shown?
Definitely, yes.
I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
Rule of completeness. He's going to try to get away with it. He's going to try to say, oh, interpret it very broadly. You have to consider the entire thing if you're going to understand these selected statements. I wonder if that standard is going to apply to those interviews of Karen Reed. What do we think about that? What do we think about that? Think that's going to be the same standard, same interpretation of the rule of completeness? I tend to doubt that. I love how Mr. Alessi finished that cross-examination. I was starting to get a little antsy. Didn't really like the way things were going after the morning recess. Don't know why he wasn't allowed to ask, what were the results of that test that you did a year and a half later on Sunday night on the road in question to try to validate this theory of the Commonwealth? Why aren't we allowed that answer? Really can't imagine what the explanation for that one is. Some good seed planting when it comes to the extraction has to be performed correctly and it has to be validated. It just took a long time to kind of get to the point that he couldn't validate the hash value. It took a long way to get there, okay, it's not necessarily the end of the world. But then we got into the removing the timestamp from Celebrite and just went back and forth on that too many times to the point that now then he's starting to explain and he's starting to, talk his way out of it. That's a sign that you've gone too far. It wasn't really that important.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffen?
I do, yes.
Okay.
They are not going to let the whole thing in. Be careful what you
Let's
ask for,
start
Mr.
with
Brennan.
questions that council asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from a warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let.
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th?
Does your wife have to tell you to buy her
2022
flowers,
in
Mr.
an attempt
Whiffen?
to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data, were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sustaining it as.
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
So the temperature of the freezer doesn't matter because that doesn't affect the pattern? It's really bad science.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
Trying to
That's
All right.
get this all in a
8:43
good
p.m.?
spot.
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees.
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12:23:28.
Objection, Your Honor. Move your approach, please.
Okay.
Don't know what we're objecting about on this one either. I just, you know, keep shifting everything around to try to get us the best view of what's on the screen. Once the camera guy, you know, recognizes that, yes, that is the important thing to be focusing on right now. His focus was just on tracking the data. That's it. I'm just here to point out the data. I don't have to interpret it. I don't have to tell the jury what it means. Are we to infer to that from that the jury can interpret it for themselves? They can reach their own conclusions on whether this corresponds, what it means, and so forth, because it didn't require any kind of expert interpretation?
I'm going to ask them.
Don't go back to Mr. Whiffen. Go back to the screen. Come on, camera guy, get with.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you are also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You are also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. The form sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient. You have to watch.
In
It's
your
hard to
PowerPoint
orient. You're the
presentation,
prosecutor.
You are
No,
tracking
it's not.
the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
At 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
Thank you, cameraman. Finally.
And
My
at
goodness.
12:24:25, how fast is Mr.
Finally
O'Keefe's cell
getting it.
phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour,
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour,
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour,
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour,
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour,
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour,
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour,
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour,
24:33.
7 miles per hour,
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour,
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour,
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour,
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour,
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole.
I would say so, yes.
then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report, just to recall. What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No, iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than
It
5
wasn't,
minutes
it was
later,
before that.
12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12:32:16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a
Well, that was some
hypothetical.
shitty science, wasn't it?
If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Good sustain.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth,
No,
We already established that.
any clothing?
nothing at all.
It's your job to craft the experiment in a way that's helpful, not to impeach your experiment.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06
But it doesn't matter
a.m.,
what temperature.
is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Will you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Will you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you?
Oh.
Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
Oh, really? Just that's when
If
John was
the
was
phone
discovered?
was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
No idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14 you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now,
If it dropped
if you look
and
at the battery
measured
temperature
lower
at
at 6:06,
6:06 a.m.,
it started dropping before that.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
There is, 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Yeah.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Oh, God.
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
So it moved four
And after
times
that
less
starts moving
long
wherever the phone may go,
after it was in
it starts
Carrie's
getting
pocket
warmer temperature.
than before it was under
Correct.
John. Intriguing theory there, Mr. Brennan. You think that helps? You think that helps? He's blowing apart
Now, you
his own
shared with
timeline.
us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located, based just on location data, nothing else. When I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with
If you
that
cherry
phone
pick
being
this,
near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did
so you did
also
compare these
consider
things.
the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12
He didn't
30
say he has reasonable degree of
until
scientific
6 the next
certainty.
morning?
I'm going to allow that.
Assume facts, not an
It was
evidence.
based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56, 12:32:16.
And sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
I can't wait till Sleuthy has all of this in a spreadsheet. It's probably already there, and I just haven't seen yet. All the data in a spreadsheet. We know it's coming.
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps. If
Going to be leading.
that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like, for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
Are you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Alessi?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
I don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's better. Thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Thank you.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you, the next call, what time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
Okay.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determine whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination, there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die encode. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained as to form.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and
worked for
research
him,
world,
so
forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has
that's
there been
validated.
any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No, if anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool, oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Celebrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Celebrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Celebrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Celebrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding
You're not in that
to
group,
make sure that what we're giving to customers
Mr.
is correct.
Researcher?
They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Celebrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Good try trying to get your hearsay in.
Sir,
though.
when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Celebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely, yes. That's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay.
Need a quick sidebar. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where this is going or how this is supposed to be helpful. He literally started off asking Mr. Whiffen to clarify that he wasn't asked to fit the healthcare data or anything like that into any theory, or he wasn't asked for any sort of opinion about whether these different sources of data add up or coordinate. So then what are we going to do? We're going to go through and see if they coordinate. We're going to coordinate them to try to support a theory. So what you're saying, Hank, is that you wanted to do that. You didn't want your expert to do it. Yeah, why wouldn't you want, isn't he the expert? Like, isn't that why? No, you wanted to coordinate it. And so he coordinated it, but he blows apart his own timeline in coordinating it. 4 times more steps before it ends up in Carrie Roberts's pocket. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And now suddenly, you know, what are we supposed to, are we supposed to rely on this health data or not? This is just getting a little bit out of hand. You know, we want to use this to prosecute people, and we want to infer stuff from its existence or non-existence, but we're going to suggest that, like, doing it on the street, you know, carrying it in your hand in the car might cause steps to register, except you did an experiment about that the Commonwealth objected to, so we didn't get to hear what the result was. Okay, Commonwealth doesn't want us to hear the result of your actual test in the actual place. And now we also just want to put it out there that maybe shaking the phone or like moving John slightly is going to turn into 400 and some steps. Even he wouldn't go that far. You see that expression he made on his face? It was like, ugh, it was like a grimace. Yeah, no, I can't go there. I can't give you that, Mr. Alessi. That's ridiculous. That's why you have your expert do the coordinating of the data and not you, because he's the expert. So you're going to try to say shaking John produced 432 steps. Probably something that you should verify with your expert.
Place to take our lunch and recess, 45 minutes. Okay. Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to look at the report, but the rest of it will recess.
Please rise to the jury.
They're going for lunch,
Thank you.
but it sounds like they're going to chit chat something with Mr. Whiffen. She told him to stay there. So I guess they're going to deal with his demo maybe before we actually leave. Let's see. Yeah, see, if you don't vet your interpretation of the data with your expert, which is the entire reason why you hired them, then they might actually blow apart your theory. So it's kind of important not to do that. If you wanted his opinion on whether the data coordinates, whether it adds up to a certain theory, then you should have asked him for that opinion. Because he's not going to give you some of this stuff. And little things that he skipped, that final phone call with Jen McCabe. You don't know if there was a conversation. No, I just know there was an 8-second completed call after the car is already at Fairview. $12:29 after it's already at Fairview. Huh. Interesting. Jen McCabe didn't mention that in any of her statements or in any of her testimony. Didn't mention calling John while they're parked outside, having an 8-second conversation. I don't think this is one that was explained as a butt dial. Those happened later on. Those were more like the 12:50-ish time, I think. There was like a cluster of them. This is, in the middle of texting and stuff. This is where Jen is still texting about is he there? All the way up until 12:45. She's texting him. This is, well before that, and he's already outside. She didn't mention that in any of her testimony or any of her interviews. He had an 8-second phone call with John O'Keefe while the car was parked outside. I don't know, guys. Maybe we're not coming back into court before lunch. I know that the 227 Hoss-Long search, it's been important to the defense from day one. One of the first most important things that they kind of seized on as showing that there was guilty knowledge in the people at 34 Fairview. But I don't necessarily love the focus on it so much now at this trial. It is a weak point. It kind of was last time. My best kind of interpretation of how it went last time was that it was a battle of the experts and it was kind of a draw. If you wanted to believe these ones, you could. If you wanted to believe that one, you could. They both had, theories and explanations for each other. And we, the audience, including the jury, we're not experts about this stuff, so we don't know how to sort out. We weren't given like a dominant victory of these guys figured it out and these ones didn't. So it's just it's it's not really the strongest. It's not really the strongest piece of information that they have. It's just, I guess, explicit. The rest of the sus behavior is all circumstantial. You know, it's the butt dials when they're supposed to be happening. It's the Ford Edge parked out front. You know, it's that type of Higgins going back to the police department. It's all that type of thing. And then, you know, before you even get to things like the group text, tell them the guy never went in the house, before you get into destroying the phones and things like that. Like, things start to get a lot more sus the longer the time goes on. And off the screen, maybe annoying you guys as much as it annoys me. There's a lot of sus stuff. They really don't have to hang their hat on 227, and it really isn't the strongest. Really isn't the strongest part of their case, and it does give opening. You know, when you focus on that, you're giving opportunity to the Commonwealth to come in and strengthen it, shore it up, bolster it, just like apparently they're trying to do now with the live demo. I hadn't crossed him a whole bunch about the 227. We wouldn't be talking about a live demo right now because it didn't happen in direct. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's really critically important to establish the 227, but I don't think it is, because it really doesn't get to that 4 point number 1, number 2, and number 3. There was no collision. You know, regardless of what Jen McCabe Googled or didn't Google, time in which she did it or didn't do it, there was no collision. Just my thoughts, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start moving on to some of your questions and comments then before I take my little lunch break. It's not nearly as windy today, so the trees are probably good. But I do need to go out. In fact, it's actually raining a little bit this morning, so I didn't water them before we got on stream like I usually do. And with that said, it isn't super hot out. It's probably okay, but I gotta go check. You know the rounds, you know the routine. We'll get through some of your thoughts first. Track worker, thou shalt not bear false witness. No Commonwealth witness. Oh, yeah. I mean, I give people a lot of leeway. I really do, for saying things that are incorrect, because there can be so many reasons for that. I don't like to assume anybody's intentions, but you do have to kind of wonder, you know, when incorrectness tends to correspond and line up all in a certain direction. You do kind of have to wonder. I've been giving Carrie Roberts a lot of the benefit of the doubt with respect to her story about that phone, but I'm suspicious of it. I don't think that's the kind of thing you might just misremember. So if that phone wasn't in her pocket until they picked up John, put him on the gurney, 6:15, and I don't know why the phone is walking around at 6:02 and searching for faces and you know, doing all that kind of thing. Getting the temperature change. If the temperature change is 43, it's 7 degrees at 6:06. That means it started changing early. And as I recall from the direct, it started about 6:02. We'll see how all that plays out. Oh, I saw this go through in the chat, so of course I had to start this one. If I told you all that went down, I'll burn up all yours. Don't never know. Watch each card you play it slow. Words to live by. Very, very, very wise advice from James Cassatelli. Hank and Bev have AJ's number and know how to rattle him. They have no idea how to react to Alessi. This is what will win the case. Alessi is a much more unperturbed, much more of an even keel type of attorney. And part of that's because he's focused on the facts. He's not focused on the engagement itself. So if his engagement gets disrupted, it doesn't matter. Thank you for the correction. He doesn't have to respond to it or manifest any sort of reaction to it at all. It doesn't matter. It's just about the facts. But with Mr. Jackson, yeah, he likes to fight, and so when the ref is getting in and separating them while he feels like he's getting his good work in, he doesn't like that, and it shows. It shows. And then he kind of might react, might overcompensate. So I think this is just a factor of the difference in their styles and what they focus on. Mr. Alessi likes to win. He likes to beat the witnesses. Or did I say Mr. Alessi? I meant Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson likes to win. Mr. Alessi, I mean, he likes to win. He's just using a different weapon. He's using facts. Nicole Kelly, Alessi killed it. First time I was actually engaged in the technical evidence. It was stylistically very much what I expected. Very, very clinical, very cold, very surgical, very precise. It's about the facts and not about our feelings, just about the information. I love that. I love that. Can I get nitpicky about some stuff? Yeah, I could get nitpicky about the roads that you chose to go down and the time that you took on certain things. That's of course that's me here Monday morning quarterbacking. And I'm not saying this because I'm criticizing Mr. Alessi saying he did it wrong. No, I'm not saying he did it wrong. I'm just pointing out that in my sort of ideal vision of what this cross would look like, there were some points that he deviated from that. Is that expected? Yes. Yes, it is. Reality typically deviates from your dream world, what you're able to envision under ideal circumstances pretty significantly. So, yeah, there were parts that I wasn't as in love with as others, but overall, does this strike me as effective? Yeah, yeah, I think he got out some pretty important points about what he didn't do. The questions he didn't want the answer to. Even though now the Commonwealth is going to turn around and try to construct those answers on the stand. Answers that they specifically didn't want their expert to provide. Mr. Alessi was able to use the facts to tell the story. And the story is that there are problems with the timeline and with the activity that the phone is engaging in, given what the Commonwealth says the phone is doing at different points in time. The Commonwealth is saying that the accident happened at 12:31, the collision happened at 12:31, and there is activity on John O'Keefe's phone subsequently, looking for his face ID, checking his messages, and then being locked with his phone, then that isn't when the collision happened. The data tells that story. So I love how he did that. When he let the facts speak for themselves, just drop it out there. That's all you need to do. You don't have to explain it. What's your argument for? Jury can follow those steps. Nicole Kelly, I would say if there was a blizzard outside, how much of a drop would you expect the phone from midnight to 6 a.m.? He's probably going to say he doesn't know. I mean, by his own account, he didn't do the type of experiment that would allow him to make this kind of granular, analysis, because he doesn't see how the temperature is relevant. If we're going to track it to the actual ambient temperature, which he said correlates highly, nevertheless, it's not relevant to compare this phone and what it did with the environmental conditions at 34 Fairview. But then Mr. Brennan turned around on redirect and tried to get him to do exactly that. He didn't do his experiment in a way that would be able to let him even guess at an inference like He doesn't know. He doesn't know the temperature in Canton. He doesn't know the temperature in his freezer. If it's colder, is that going to change the rate of change? We don't know because he considered temperature irrelevant. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? If you put this phone in a 100 degree, 100 Celsius below zero type of cooler, do you think it's going to cool faster at a different rate than if the phone is at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius? Seems logical, doesn't it? But we don't know. We don't know if that's invalidated because he didn't test it and he doesn't think the temperature is relevant. So he doesn't have any way to be able to draw, any type of comparison between what's going on outside and what's going on with the phone, other than it just the general trend works this way. And that's where he stopped answering because that's where they stopped wanting to know the answer. If the phone in his fridge or his freezer, under these relatively similar circumstances, and then outside, under pretty generous assumptions, 33, even if it's zero, let's say it's zero, it's freezing, 0 or -5 even, it's a little bit below freezing. Yeah, it's probably freezing or a little bit below if it's snowing and in a blizzard. Even that, boy, that rate of change sure doesn't look like what we saw over here on this phone. And so now, yeah, Hank's trying to construct the answer. Well, did you wrap the phone? Do you count for the human body heat? Of course he didn't. It's your job to present that evidence. It's not your job to ask questions about whether that's possible. You're the Commonwealth. You have a burden of proof. So it's your job to show the jury that that's an explanation for why this data on this phone doesn't look an awful lot like this data coming from Calgary. He doesn't have any way. He doesn't have any way to answer this question. He's got no basis. We'll see if there's a recross. I don't know if Alessi's going to get into any of this, but not effective from my standpoint. It's not effective as a prosecutor to be saying, well, but isn't it? It's your job to prove it. You don't ask what's possible. That's the defense's job. It's your job to prove. It's your job to prove it. And so, if it is possible, if that's an effect, if that's an explanation for the temperature variation, then you should have tested that. Because then you can show the jury that's why. Otherwise, you're just guessing, and you're guessing with the guy that you specifically have already elicited. I didn't even want him thinking about this correspondence. It's bizarre. Nick Scarrow, for 4.5 hours, the temperature of the phone is roughly the temperature of an unheated concrete basement floor. Yeah, could be 50 degrees. What do I remember? Like the average temperature of the Earth is roughly in the ballpark of 55 degrees. The Earth is a huge mass, and so the surface temperature of the Earth will change a lot because of weather and stuff like that, season. But it doesn't change like all the way down into the center of the Earth. It's just a very small part of the surface of the Earth that is real responsible to that outdoor ambient temperature change. And that's how you know, for example, how far do you have to dig down to put your pipes, with water pipes, so they don't freeze. Depends on the frost level. You might be if you're in a warm climate, your frost level might be 6 inches. If you're in a climate like where we are, you got to dig down about 18. Because that's the only tiny little part of the crust that is going to be affected by the ambient air temperature. The rest of it is governed by the mass of the Earth. It's a massive heat sink. So average temperature of the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of like 55 degrees. Does that mean anything here? I don't know. The phone isn't inside the Earth. But a basement that is inside the Earth Would that reflect the ambient temperature? Yeah, maybe. I can tell you that my swimming pool over the winter, it's really, really cold outside, you know, I mean, we'll get 0, sometimes a little bit below 0. It's very mild this last winter. I don't think it got quite that close. The pool water sits at a nice cozy about 50 degrees because most of it is insulated by that massive heat sink that is the earth. And so only just a little bit that's at the surface is responsive to the surface ambient temperature change. Yeah, I could definitely see that being the average temperature of an unheated basement. Patrick Henry, I'm a paramedic and I've used unconscious patient's face to unlock a phone, call a family member for information more than once. Bye ring vid. Interesting. Interesting. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, if it's just a facial recognition, it doesn't care who's picking up the phone. It just cares about is this face I recognize. So how it gets there, yeah, yeah, it's possible. How would that fit into our time frame? So many, Susie, we're gonna really look forward to this timeline when you got together. I'm actually gonna go check right now. I'm gonna put together the timeline, all the health data. And then I'm not putting any pressure on you, girl. No, you will wait patiently until you get to it. But definitely interested in seeing all these new details kind of get incorporated all in one place, and you can see how they all relate to each other. Because it's a lot that came in different pieces and stuff. So, okay. Here. The phone was unlocked with the Face ID. So the first time we have the phone uh, arriving at 34 Fairview is about 12:24 to 12:25. 12:24:38 is when he says, Mr. Whiffen, the phone stopped. So let's just assume for the state of right now that is accurate. Those are the right times. There's nothing to do with like Waze's clock being different. Even though we all agreed in the last trial there was some kind of offset. I don't know. We'll just take it at face value, 12:24:38. So then after that, after 12:24:38, 12:31 are the next step. So the earlier steps were already done. That's why he's trying to say they were on the road. Because they end at 12:24:22, mostly coincidentally close when he's saying the car pulled up outside Fairview. And the 3 flights of stairs also ended at 12:24:37, which is literally seconds before, a second before they are fully stopped at Fairview. Could be the lag in logging the data. You can just see that. Seconds do matter though, so let's just call those seconds matter. So both of those things happen as the car is arriving. Then after the car arrives at 12:24:38, the next motion on the phone is the 12:31:36 steps. So that's when John went inside. So then what happened after 12:31? Temperature goes from 72, 77 to 72. That's consistent with being in a hot car, hot environment, to a more room temperature place. 72 is pretty room temp, even a little cozy in the winter. And then it's after the 1237 that it's dropping down to 66 degrees at 1235. Other thing that happens after 1231 02 is the final, there's an SMS at 1232:04, and then the phone is locked. The final interaction at 1232:09. So the last Face ID unlocked was before. It was before the 1231 when you have the 36 steps going into the house. So it's, it's a little bit of a confusing sequence of events. 1232. So the steps started at 1231, and then there's the 1232 unlock with the Face ID. Could have been after he went in the house, I guess. But all that happened was the text was read, the pole behind me, and then it was closed and locked again. And that was the last, last unlocking of the phone. So I don't know that I think there's anything here to support a theory that like folks in 34 Fairview unlocked John's phone, put it up by his face to unlock his phone. There's no record that anything was done with the phone that I can really tell. If they've gone in and like deleted text or something like that, oh, of course, absolutely, we'd be in a different situation. But it looks like all they did was, if that happened, all they did was open it and read Jen's text and unlock it again. That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me about why you would do that. So I'm not sure I buy into this theory. This possibility of what happened. Yes, it's impossible, of course. Auto Doctor 911. I like Robert Alessi winning, but he isn't right, not linear. He's definitely not linear. I mean, he does jump around. He's got topical organization, and he would then go back and revisit this and that type of thing. I don't know. Seemed to me like he was pretty right about a bunch of things. He was pointing out data, and he got an awful lot of agreement from that expert. Yep, even all the way down to you have reasonable doubt about the authenticity of the data. Yeah, that's a pretty good concession. Phil the Gilbert villain Biggs. Alessi's points could be strategic. Hold points for recall in defense's case in chief. Allow room to impeach other witnesses. You can always theorize that things are strategic. I'm just always cautious of not hearing things and assuming that it's because there's a strategy to hold it for later. And that's just because things can happen in trial. It's, from my perspective, not real prudent to try to keep stuff in your back pocket. If you have the opening, take the opening. So to me, it's just the simplest, the Occam's razor type of explanation, the simplest explanation. If the defense isn't raising something in cross, it's because, it's not an opening. It's not an opening. There's nothing to go to there. But yeah, it could be. It could be. Recall the guy and try to make him your witness. I mean, maybe. That's gonna allow that. Maybe that one, Mr. Alessi. She was very accommodating in the first trial, given, the pre-Buttle trial. She was not strict about, is this beyond the scope of the direct examination, such that you would need to recall the witness. She wasn't strict about that kind of rule. They just pretty much got to ask everybody whatever they wanted, whether it was related or not. Very different situation in this on Delphi with the fault. Judge Gold was extremely rigid about that beyond the scope of crop, or beyond the scope of threat, and very happy to limit costs for that purpose. So it's not probably not judge driven. If that's the case, it would be fairly strategic. Maybe not necessarily likely to be the case. You can just never be sure that you're going to get that opening again. No, you got that fastball right down the middle, right waist high. You don't know that you're going to get that pitch again. So I don't necessarily want to sleep on it. What happens is you might just get low inside sliders right at the edge of the zone the rest of the time. Lock on Express. This just in, the state will drop charges and will now go after a Mr. Frosty the Snowman mailboxes free Zechariah Anderson. Oh, no, Commonwealth is all in, aren't they? I mean, giving it a second try. Good old college try the second time after they could not achieve their objective the first time of getting her convicted. Still gonna try again. They're all in on proving it's Karen Reed, and so just watch if Karen Reed were to get acquitted. The explanation: they're not going to revisit. They're not going to look at any other suspects. They're still going to consider the investigation. It will be the jury got it wrong. Judge Bev's Wurzel Gummidge hair. Thank you, by the way, to the nice person who sent me an image of Wurzel Gummidge. So now I understand the reference. And yes, it's unkind, but I do see the reference as far as the hair goes. It sounded like Whiffen said "oh shit" on hot mic when Bev called Sidebar. He might have. I missed it if it happened. She did call that Sidebar while Alessi was on direct. That was when they were talking about the Celebrite. Celebrite removed it. Celebrite removed that timestamp, like somewhere in the middle of that. You might have. I missed it if that happened. Lawyer nurse. Jen McCabe was just escorted into the courthouse along with Matt McCabe and others. Oh my God, I can't wait. That was the hint we got yesterday, was that after we're done with Mr. Whiffen, we're moving on to Jen McCabe. Wasn't, entirely sure if that's going to be true or not, but, good reliable source in the past for this type of information. So, promising. Things are definitely heating up into the interesting part of the case. Let me take one more, guys, and then I'm going to step outside and right here. Sentient Dreamer came into first trial clueless about FKR and Commonwealth. Now I'm 100% invested in her innocence. Alessi slays and gives me hope that the good guys can win. Thanks, Andrea. Alessi slays. He does. He slays. I mean, the facts are on your side. When the facts are on your side, it's your case to lose. Now, I say that barring shenanigans. Barring shenanigans. Shenanigans, fouls, they can interfere with all that. But yeah, it does. It does give us hope that the good guys can win, doesn't it? And I'll just keep coming back to this point that I think it's important. When the jury view, I saw some clips going around when the jury view happened, and seeing the Rock. I saw some other things, like some interviews with the people around, the man on the street types of things, and one of them is a guy from Canton, and he's saying, "I actually don't know anybody." I think Turtle Boy posted it. I don't actually know anybody that thinks she did it. Everybody I know thinks she's innocent. We heard at the voir dire, we heard as this was going on, all the reports about how many people have heard about this case and how many of those people have opinions about it. It's a lot. massive amount of people now in this county that have heard about the case and have opinions about it. And yet we didn't get a motion for change of venue. Yet we didn't get a motion for change of venue, and that has to raise the possibility that those opinions are generally favorable to Karen Reed. So if you start with a pool that is generally favorable to Karen Reed, and you got the facts on your side, yeah, barring some shenanigans, potentially hardcore shenanigans, you got a pretty good chance. You got a good chance. So I have hope in that as well. I have hope for a win here. That, justice is going to be done, and that the facts and the evidence are going to drive the decision in this case. Because bottom line here, I don't think it's going to hit by a car. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for lunch for a moment here. Let me get my banner. Step away for the lunch break. Do my text, and I will be back shortly. Thank you for coming. Understand we had some audio issues. I'm trying to work on that. Let me hang tight for a second here. Okay, guys. Am I back? Am I back? Hey, my apologies. As many of you know, when I'm talking, I'm not very good at looking at the chat. And so as soon as I stepped away to take care of my lunchtime business, see that my phone is blowing up with Jeff had to step out to an appointment. So normally he'll like send me a private chat if there's something we need to communicate about, but he wasn't there. So I see my phone is blowing up. But I guess my audio was cutting out. I'm really sorry, guys. That must have been super aggravating. I hate stuff like that. Normally we're pretty good at, catching that type of thing when it happens. But we just had kind of a convergence of events here where, Jeff wasn't in a position to alert me in the way that I will normally be alerted. And I'm oblivious. So hopefully that's been sorted now. I just had to kind of get out of the streams. There's just some glitch in the stream. I had to get out and come back in and get the audio reset. So hopefully that will be the end of the problems, but I'll try to be better as well, paying attention just to make sure, like as things progress today, we don't have this problem again. Thank you very much for your patience. I do appreciate it. Let's go ahead and turn back to some of your questions before court comes back. So Z, Brennan turned victims' families against those prosecuting their killer Bulgar. Eerie how O'Keefe's invite Jen's sisters to set with them and reject truth. I should probably learn more about the Whitey Bulger prosecution. I know very little about it. I know kind of the 10,000 foot view of what happened with Whitey Bulger. His work, his informant work for law enforcement there in Boston, the kinds of things he was, being allowed to get away with while having some degree of protection from law enforcement. But I don't remember. I really don't. I didn't follow the trial when it happened, and I don't know much about it. And Hank Brennan, of course, played such an important role in that. It is maybe a little bit of a gap. Just information that we could maybe get from that could be helpful. And unfortunately, I don't have that. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he's employing some of the same strategies, because that's what lawyers do. You test out what works, and then you tend to repeat it. If it works, it's very much if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of situation. Once you figure out what's going to work for you, you're going to tend to stick with it because you don't want to risk making the mistakes that you inevitably have to make to learn anything. Learning is a process of making mistakes and being able to fail so that you can figure out how to not do that again. But that can be a very high risk proposition in the context of something like a trial. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if he's following similar patterns, because if he's learned before that they worked, then he'll continue to do them. We can see it even just in his questioning. He questions like a defense attorney. He can't ask non-leading questions. He's being objected to over and over and over and over again. Yet here we do have the same pattern, right? Objection, it's sustained, and what happens? Nothing. He just keeps doing it. Because we already saw yesterday, he just ignores. He ignores the judge's restrictions. Does it the way he wants to do it. So it would be interesting to see. Now, personally, I don't think this isn't. If Jen's sisters are sitting with the O'Keefes, that's not new for this trial, and I can't blame that on Brennan, because they're the O'Keefes invited Jen McCabe and Brian Albert and Colin to go and sit in the closing arguments, to go sit in with their family. This is not something that Hank invented. It's not something that he started. This is something that very much preceded him. So I could see this. I could see this having similar pattern in some sense. Well, looks like they're already getting back into court. Are they? Jury's coming in. But the point being, if it works and if he's seen it work, then yeah, maybe try to perpetuate that. Try to make that happen in this case as well.
Please be seated, court is in session.
All right, Mr. Brennan, go right ahead.
Back to Mr. Whiffen.
Mr. Whiffin, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
Yes.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep, I'll try
Rephrase.
again.
Maybe not
You
so
showed us a
leading.
number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily, the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS location services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are, it understands where the Bluetooth beacons are, and if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data,
Yes.
in addition to being in a building like a house or a business. That's one way it can be affected.
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it, the geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body
Walking in
being
a
on
basement.
the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I would ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You believe it
You were
could.
shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of the report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes,
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question, Mr.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period. And that shared the same latitude, longitude as the central point.
Looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course,
And you understand in this case, everything is shared.
of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as a chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
And move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor.
I think that should be 44.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes
This
in
chalk.
location data, but
It's
the
going to be like,
item
what's a chalk?
can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
So I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are 2 different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe, and you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission.
Are you
I ask
going to do
Mr.
it on 14 or 15?
Yes, a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffin?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay.
I do vaguely
First of
remember
all,
this
I will
demo
highlight
from the
on
first
the
trial.
left side of the screen here. This is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to
have a larger view of what's up there.
I'm going to see if I can turn off the closed captions just for this part.
Impact your
So it's
demonstration.
not in our way.
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask that you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I'd made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background. And then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed, and I can go back over here and reload, and you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Cellebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Cellebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Cellebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The light's on, please. Mr.
I'm going to
Alessi?
have some issues with this demo.
Thank you.
Do you want Mr. Whiffen to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
I'm going to have some issues with this
Good
demo.
afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffen.
Good afternoon.
Magnet forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just,
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
so you
Is how
just
you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So that demonstration, therefore, was created after Cellebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration that I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Cellebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let
Yes.
me see if I could rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
He's
No further
suspicious.
questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Whiffen, you are all set.
Didn't know where
Thank
that was going. I'm not sure I get it either, but
May we be seen why Mr. Whiffen is collecting his items?
Jurors, feel free to
they want to be seen. Okay, here's my issue with this. We did this on his program. How is his ability to write a program that will operate in this way with the phone data supposed to reflect anything about the phone itself and not simply the program that he wrote? Couldn't I write a program to do pretty much anything with this phone information? I have a problem. I have a problem with this demo. Like, I'm supposed to just take it at value that he wrote it in a way to make it do exactly what Apple intends for it to do, but he doesn't have the Apple source code. This just seems very outcome driven. He knows that this is the result, but he's already acknowledged he doesn't know how it got there because he doesn't know why it's deleted. So he's just writing something that makes it do something, but I don't know how am I supposed to validate this? Definitely don't get that. I thought Brennan did a good job on redirecting him with the chart and the meaning of the actual circles. Because he's pointing out these were like chunks of measurements taken at different time frames. One's at 12:38, one's at 12:53, and you're showing that range, but they are in different places. There is some overlap. But if you're looking at just the 12:53 time frame, you're within those black circles. So it's only where the black circle overlaps with the white circle that the phone could be in at that point in time. If that's a reliable, measurement. And that did not go inside 34 Fairview. So that is fairly persuasive that by 12:50 something, the phone is out there on the front lawn. That seemed fairly persuasive to me. I'm actually just not sure, though, if Brennan really landed that, or if I was able to listen to Mr. Whiffin's explanation and kind of make sense of it for myself. I'm not clear on whether that really landed or not, but to me, yeah, I thought that was pretty strong, and I thought that has the potential to blow apart the idea that the phone was inside 34 Fairview as of 12:50, 12:53, 12:58, whenever exactly it was. I think it was 12:53. He believes a body being on top of the phone could affect the signal. Really? Really? If I stand in between, I don't know, your walkie-talkie and yours, is that going to interfere with the signal? No. No, the human body does not stop electromagnetic waves. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I believe it. I believe it could. That's where we're at right now. I believe it could. Do you have any basis for that? Any testing done on that? Because that really seems like quite a reach for me. Quite a reach. The body on top of he did put that in his report, did he? Did he? We could have called that out in Re-cross. You didn't mention the thing you did mention in your report the first time, which is that being in a basement can affect the accuracy of the GPS, the location data. But you said nothing in your report or any of your testimony about a body. A human body could cause that interference. You just came up with that now on redirect. That's the first time you're mentioning this idea. Could maybe bring that out on Re-cross, because that seems pretty ridiculous, doesn't it? I don't know. Maybe I'm out of line in that assumption, but that's just not consistent with how I think most people experience the world and their cell phones and stuff like that. I'm sorry, you sit on your cell phone sometimes. Will it still get a call? Yeah, it will. It will. I have an issue in my car sometimes if I stick my phone like in my pants pocket, because my car, the seat like it tilts, down towards the back. So like your hips are low, low relative to your knees. So that means your pocket is kind of tilted down. And so my phone will come out of my pocket while I'm, driving the car, and it'll end up, pressed between me and the car seat. Is that supposed to interfere with me using the phone? Because it doesn't. It still runs the nav just fine. It still streams my Spotify just fine. Or my Patreon, whatever I'm listening to. My latest, I was listening to it's a new History on Fire over on. Always fun one to check out.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Call calls Jennifer McCabe.
There she is. Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer McCabe. Interesting choice to put on Ian Whiffin before her. We'll see how that plays.
Face up quick and raise your right hand. You shall before the evidence to give the court in the case there is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready, Mr. Whiffin, I'd ask that you pull the microphone close. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in interaction with your children, raising them?
Objection?
Yeah, so I
Relevance?
was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them, and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on?
I'll allow it.
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes,
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
sure. When my third daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
Mr.
When
Mom.
John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes, back then I had, two in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. My day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house, so I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there, so I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Okay. Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes, a little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he's Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
He's not my friend.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know, maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Don't assume.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
The the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay.
No. Nope. Zoom
Looking
here.
at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could.
don't guess. It's
Okay.
okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left, do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
So we hugged Higgins.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please?
11:26.
11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe.
Does she have
No,
allergies
it's a
or
bit
something?
blurry. If you can, and if you can't, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a chair before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
If you can continue, please. Thank you.
Had to see that. Had to see the fireball.
Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
Correct.
And so after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
All right. Did you have an understanding?
Alan Jackson.
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway and then John joined us.
Did you invite Ms. Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you were speaking to Ms. Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36.
Kind of weird invitation, isn't it? She's out there with John, but you want to ride with us? Why? Why would she?
Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes,
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
it was after midnight.
Okay. When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway, and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
There was
yeah.
another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece, Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room. But you could look, and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. I was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? To your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and
stop.
John that you knew of?
Okay.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter, that whole catty thing? Bella's mom. Well, let's see how this adds up to the phone data, doesn't it? Because the call from Jen that was answered was the 7-second call at 12:29. And that was after they were already out in front of 34 Fairview. So I sure don't know why they'd be asking where it is when they're already right there. I think some of this might be from Guarino. They didn't necessarily go through all of the phone call history with Mr. Whiffen. So I might have to check some of my other notes. But we'll see. They looked at location data. Then we looked at the steps. Then we looked at the temperature. And then he did his timeline. So we have Higgins texted at 12:20, you coming here, and then 12:27, Jen McCabe texts here. Then they have that 7-second call at 12:29:44 that was answered. They're already out front. At 12:31, we have the text from Jen saying, pull behind me. Then at 12:31:56, we start the 36 steps. And then the phone comes out, unlocked with the Face ID, sees the text and reads it, steps in. And we have that lock, the locking of the phone. So that's what Mr. Whiffin gave us. Let me go back to Trooper Guarino when he was giving us the phone info. Got pages and pages and pages of their text to each other. Yeah, I don't know that he gave us that detail. I think we just read all of the text messages. All right, that was day 3 when he was recalled. What about day 1? I know day 2. He did introduce them, and all the different extractions. Remember to make it look super. He put them all in different formats, so it's like 8 reports of 2 things, and of course, it's all for purposes of making it easy to access, but it has that convenient effect of also kind of making it look like you have so much information. Your case is so sciencey. Everything that you got. Okay. Yep, didn't get into it. Didn't get into it on day 2. He just introduced those. That is all we know so far about the time frame.
Thank you. May I?
Yes.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30 approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house.
Timeline.
Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
It's Raining Men. Time to tell about It's
we were
Raining
just
Men.
laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And
really?
So I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No,
Any arguing?
no,
Any violence?
no.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No,
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
from the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No,
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
it's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No,
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages, or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
here question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No,
Why not?
why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes,
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
no,
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
I Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left, but Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight,
Yes.
and you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe
Yes.
and your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
Okay. When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to race?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh,
but
okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get
a
in.
man on the lawn.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger,
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off Miss Nagel, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night, and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2/27, that time frame?
No.
After
She didn't
you were
actually do
looking
Google
at
searches.
Websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up until that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee,
And
John's
who's Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, "Yeah." Well, basically, she relayed to me that.
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss
Screaming.
Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! Jen!
She did it again. Oh, God.
And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They'd gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clear?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen and John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Is time to think about your memories?
I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different, or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call, or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, and she had said that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
She was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mm-hmm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight.
Gentleman?
John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that
Over.
person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call
No,
him?
here, Tom Beatty.
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now, at this point, at this moment, when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen.
Do it again.
She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. You know, a lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Just, she was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, you know, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes, now the snow had intensified. It was almost like, it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out.
Where did you
Or
go?
whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes,
How did you learn who was in the car?
because I said, who is that?
Did you ask the defendant or did you walk
I
up?
asked the defendant, and she told me it was Carrie Roberts.
Did you meet Carrie Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a, the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes,
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
yes,
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
no,
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
no.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Carrie Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Carrie Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, we got to go to your sister's house. And Carrie Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Carrie was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Carrie Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Carrie said that Carrie's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Carrie Roberts other
No.
than that meeting,
Yes, correct.
and you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was. You had been there many times for the kids.
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Ms. Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Ms. Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went to John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house,
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes,
Do you still?
yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into the living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No,
Did you provide her any comfort?
yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Roberts.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen, had said that, had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking,
Well,
someone's
let me
going to
not
get.
ask you what Kerry.
Oh, sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got into the car, where was everybody? When you got into Carrie Roberts' car, where was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Carrie Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Carrie was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Carrie's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times, and then she would yell, "Could I hit him? Did I hit him?" Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Carrie?
Carrie was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up. It's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I just didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
Okay. And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
And when she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said like she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Carrie Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
Did you get a chance
I
to
just
touch John's
remember
body
when I
and
was
see how
doing
it
the
felt?
compressions, it just,
That's
I
your
don't
question?
really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal. I don't. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
Why don't we end here just like we did in the first trial?
Tomorrow, the next day, jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Very sweet, please leave it open for the chair.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Cut out the Zoom. So I guess we're probably not having last minute stuff in the with the lawyers. But once again, I'll keep it up just in case. Well, well, well. What an afternoon. What an afternoon. So Brennan continued his. Oh, they are going back. They are indeed going back.
Can we close the doors, please?
May be seated.
So I know it's shifting gears, but I want to address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the ARCCA motion.
We're going to
Mr.
argue
Brennan,
it
do you need
today.
a minute, or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion, and I told you that I would hear you on argument, and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes, if
Okay,
you could just have 5 minutes, she'll be right back.
sure. All right,
you.
5 minutes.
All right, please.
Okay, so we'll come back and we'll have the argument about ARCCA, and I'm not sure at this point what we're arguing, so let's hear it. Let's hear it, Hank. So yeah, we had the redirect from Brennan. I thought he did better, with the points that he was making after lunch compared to what he made on his direct. But at the same time, you haven't cleared this theory. You're trying to make a point out of how you didn't ask your expert to, put the data together, but then on the stand, you're going to try to do that on the fly. And as it turns out, he can't accept some of your predicates, things like 432 steps recorded between 604 and 611. No, can't say that it would be a consistent pattern of movement that would record a lot of steps. So no, Mr. Brennan, you have not established that it was the CPR that caused that activity. Instead, the phone was moving. Who had it? Very, very peculiar. Carrie Roberts said she didn't get it until 6:15, approximately, once those EMTs picked him up and put him on the stretcher. The 8-second call at 12:29, he believes that was answered, and there was no way to know if there was a conversation. Oh, but strangely, Jen doesn't remember that. The last call, she remembers last time she heard John's voice was that phone call where she's giving him directions. So 8-second phone call while John is sitting outside. Did she but answer it? No, once again, on direct, she's not volunteered, and Mr. Brennan is not asking about the whole flurry of phone calls that she made to John's phone after this. And those are the ones she explained in the first trial. Those were butt dials. Those were just a whole bunch of butt dials. So still haven't quite learned how to take the sting out of testimony that's coming. And you know this is coming. It's already happened in the first trial. You know this is a weak point, and you're going to have to explain it. Not dealing with that preemptively, at least not as we're dealing with the chronological events that unfolded. And then just a whole lot of stuff that, Ian Whiffin didn't, he believed, but based on what you believe a body is going to interfere with the GPS reliability. That's news to the people who go out into the cold and camp and, put your cell phone under your body to keep it warm so that battery doesn't get cold. And then you can't use your camera. You can't use your map. There's some great programs out there. Maps.me was the one that I found that I adore this program. You can download the map. Like for, different regions that you're in, it shows all kinds of different trails and just pathways that people have recorded, routes, so to speak. And the reason I like it is because you can have your phone in airplane mode. It's not pulling from the tower. You can still get your location through GPS when it's not connected to the tower. So I like to put my phone on airplane mode when I hike, keep the battery, preserve the battery. Don't have it like searching for a signal constantly. It helps, preserve it a little bit. But you can still get your real-time location. And let me tell you, that stuff can be very precise. You wander off the trail. We had more than one time wandering off the trail. Trail is getting a little bit obscure here. Can't quite tell where we need to go to get back to it. You can really figure it out on these maps, like within a matter of a couple of feet. So that stuff can be pretty accurate. But yeah, body. He thinks a body could interfere with it. It just doesn't. It doesn't pass the smell test for me. It really doesn't. I don't know. Don't know how that landed with the jury, of course, but it just, it just sounds sus. And so then, of course, we get Jen. We get Jen. Very, very similar trajectory this time as, Mr. Lally gave the first time. We got to start off. Tell us about your kids, Jen. Like, how is this relevant? It's not. It's not. All they need to know, the only thing that's relevant is that the reason that you know John is because your daughter and his niece are friends. and you guys were at a basketball game. That didn't even come out. John was at the basketball game. Left that part out this time. Wasn't he there? No, I guess maybe he wasn't there. I don't remember now. But we gotta give our whole parent resume. We're just ordinary mom people. Typical small town mom. That's how she put it. I was a typical small town mom. And by and large, too, it seems to me the story is pretty much tracking, not necessarily getting into, Lally would get into excruciating levels of unimportant detail. We didn't spend all that time on the high top and the band and everything like this time. But in a pertinent part, it seems to track.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Rentschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Rentschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure and logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchanged about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rentschler, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rentschler told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination. And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial,
you were just limited.
When this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary So we know the Department of Justice at least is violating the order, helping the witnesses along.
We know
and
they
then
know about it.
testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday. I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rentschler admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alessi
No, to review your expert's trash.
We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history,
Takes
the
a month or
video,
more.
determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May.
But that sounds
He
like
is
your
going to
fault
be
because you chose
testifying
him.
Shortly after, he will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks it is inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March, and then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point, receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right, thank you. Mr. Alessi, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15?
Now we're switching. It's
I don't see how
1.15A.
you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum.
because that's
How
not
do
a
you
discovery
reconcile that?
rule.
How do I
for the client's
reconcile that?
benefit.
I'm gonna, should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for the, can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client.
Yep.
The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Alessi, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay?
You're going to win
So
this.
I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All rise in the court, please.
No more nonsense. Look at that. Let's just try this case. So what was the point of her question? You're going to win anyway. It doesn't have any applicability. So you already know that. So why'd you ask the question? How do you reconcile those things? You really want to make this public point of trying to suggest that they're being unethical. And he's made the right argument that has nothing to do with discovery. That is between the attorney and the client. It is between them. If she doesn't care if they're preserved, that's none of your business. There's nothing in the discovery rules that says you have to maintain this and you have to turn it over. So why did we even have this argument? She's already decided. Well, I will say she surprised me. I thought she was going to do something petty. Maybe it was going to be advance the deadline a little bit. But the only thing she's really done is say, I'm going to allow a robust cross-examination. Are you now? Are you? Be careful what you wish for, Mr. Brennan. I'm not sure that won't open the door to the FBI, Department of Justice. I don't know how you're gonna get past that. If you want to go down the road of the bias and feeding the information and so forth. Really don't know how that's going to go. Robust as in like what you did yesterday. Yeah. Do that in front of the jury. Do that with Dr. Wolf in front of the jury and see how it goes. Go right ahead. So that's really the only, I'll give her credit. She surprised me. I thought she was going to do something petty. But the defendant's right is paramount, and all she's going to do is make sure we have this record. I'm finding repeated and deliberate violations, and I understand the ambush and, that whole public chastising. She's going to do that again. Never with the Commonwealth. Never with their shenanigans. Never with their misrepresentations. Never with their withholding things until the 11th hour and then providing many conflicting explanations for how that came about. Just going to do the public chastising and, it's not really a limit. Allow a robust cross. She's going to allow it. Good. It's the right decision. They should be allowed. So she's not buying this whole, they delayed and so it's their fault. And that's why, there's a problem here. If she was finding they unreasonably delayed, you can forfeit your rights. You can forfeit your rights. So she just, has to get this all out there, have a record on it, and then use it to make findings about what a bad defense team you are. But ultimately, doesn't mean anything, does it? ARCCA is still going to come in. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Well, let's go back to Jennifer McCabe. We were talking about Jennifer McCabe, and I was saying that so far her account of the night is pretty consistent with the account that she gave the first time. But what's different is her affect, if you will. Her presentation. She's doing the, I can't quite tell. I mean, I really do think she's got allergies because she seems to be just like sniffling, kind of inappropriately. There's nothing really going on. Like, it happens, you get allergies and things get sniffly. But there have been points now that we get to the morning where she's, kind of drawing on this sort of reaction, and it just doesn't come across as particularly powerful to me. It doesn't come across as particularly sincere. Granted, I saw her last time, so I saw how she presents, and she presents as a very cold, almost reptilian kind of woman. So it could be, my past impression is affecting my my read on her as I watch her this time. But it doesn't seem like a sincere emotional display. Spontaneous. She's not overcome. It's almost like it's like she remembers that there was sadness and is trying to like lean into it and get it to show, but it just doesn't really, and she's trying, but it just doesn't. That's just my perception. Doesn't strike me as super sincere. She loved John. He's her good friend. She was already pretty sure he was dead at the time she called 911. But what does she say? There's a man unresponsive in the snow. We'll hear the 911 call. We haven't yet, but we will. We did hear it last time. So a couple things of note. It was AJ making the objection. So it's going to be AJ handling Jen McCabe again in trial 2.0. Don't love it. Honestly, I really don't. I thought Jen McCabe went toe-to-toe with him last time, and he just wasn't able to control her slipperiness, her evasiveness, her ability to come up with explanations on the fly, her willingness to just flat deny things that there's evidence of. And because AJ is so focused on the battle, not so much on the substance, I think she kind of outplayed him because she was able to keep her cool, and he didn't really rattle her at any point. So I don't love that. I really don't. I wanted a Mr. Alessi cross. I thought he would be the right person because it's details. Details. Slice her up with the details. It doesn't matter how she feels about it or how she reacts to it. You got the facts you can stick under her nose. Do that and let them tell the story, just like you did with Mr. Whiffen this morning. But I'm not going to get my wish. And in fairness, we've only seen one Alessi cross-examination. We've seen a lot of Alan Jacksons. I don't love it. It didn't work the first time. Guarino didn't get acquitted. What we heard from juror Ronnie was that they considered a lot of this stuff a distraction. And so now we're doing the distraction reprise. I don't love it. But, certainly notable. Just like last time, I kind of remember, I'll have to double check my notes, but I pretty much remember that just like last time, she had to interject the whole Bella's mom thing. She really wanted that in. And once again, it wasn't asked, but she's going to volunteer it. make a note of what Jen McCabe volunteers, because remember last trial when she's on cross-examination and she's getting confronted with all the stuff that was left out, and what was her answer? I wasn't asked about it. Her explanation for a lot of the inconsistencies was, well, I wasn't asked. Why at the grand jury didn't you mention, I hit him, whatever it was. Well, I wasn't asked. Well, she doesn't seem to have a problem volunteering information she wasn't asked for when it comes to things like Bella's mom. So pay attention to that. Notice what she volunteers. She's happy to give a narrative for the Commonwealth. She is not a shrinking violet. At the same time, she is very well prepped. She's very well prepped. Did you notice that question? Do you know your sister's address? And her answer, yes. Zipped. What did I say yesterday? I said, maybe it was the day before. When you're preparing a witness, you're making sure the witness understands for a hostile examination, 4 correct answers, yes, no, I don't know, I don't remember. You are directly responsive to the question and you volunteer nothing. So when I'll work this through with people, I'll practice with things like, did you have breakfast this morning? And the only correct answer is yes. If your answer is I had pancakes this morning, that is the wrong answer. That is not responsive to what I asked you. You're volunteering information. The answer is yes. She did that like a pro. It is the most normal thing in the world to say, yeah, my sister lives at 34 Fairview. To volunteer that. But she didn't. And it was interesting, he didn't follow up on that either. Didn't ask for it to be clear in the record. He just kind of left it. Yes, I know her address. So she's prepped. But at the same time, once she gets going, she is happy to tell her story and all of the details that she remembers, whether they are asked for or not, but only while she's on direct and only when she's not explaining why she didn't talk about something in particular. What do you think of that answer when they asked, didn't you go down and talk to him? Didn't you go down and talk to him at the flagpole? Why would I? I don't know, maybe because you invited them there and they had never been there before, and that's the sort of gracious thing that a host might do to make sure that their guests feel welcome. Maybe that's why. Just putting it out there. You're looking out the front door. No explanation this time. This is a little bit different from last time. Last time she was having to kind of come up with a narrative of going up to the door and going back to the table and then doing, and periodically getting up to go to the door again, because her explanation, you would have to be, if you can only see out through the door, then you're going to look out at the door. And if you're doing that repeatedly, it seems that you're doing that with a purpose. You're doing that with the purpose of seeing if they're coming in, being ready for them when they're coming in. So then if they don't come in, what might you be thinking? Maybe they can't find the door. That might be one thing I'd be thinking. Maybe they don't know where the door is. There's doors, multiple doors at the front of this house. Maybe they don't know where to go. That might be one reason why you would go check with them. I just thought that was, I don't know, that answer and the way that it was delivered. Why would I? I didn't think I had any reason to. Incredibly defensive for something that seems like a normal, welcoming thing, helpful thing. She's very helpful the next morning, right? When it comes to finding John, she just wants to help find John. But when it comes to finding the front door, why would she help with that? I don't know. It just hit me as that's a kind of unpleasant thing to say. And then that question about anything that would happen to cause your heart rate to go up, your heart rate to rise. Oh man, he really is going to lean into that heart data, isn't he? He is going to lean into that heart data. She said she was making Google searches for the basketball game. That's not what the phone's history says. The phone history doesn't show visits to Google. The phone history shows that she visited, she was on these specific websites and she closed them. Now, the tab that she closed, okay, she pulled up the tab that was the Ozone basketball. That was last accessed on January 26th, just like that story about the YouTube, the It's Raining Men. No, because her phone says you didn't access that website since January 27th, the day before. The only reason it's on your phone extraction with that date on it is because the tab came forward, but then you close the tab. So it just, continues to look like a story that was constructed around information that she was familiar with, but it doesn't actually comport with what the phone record actually means. So she did a web navigation to Hockomock Sports from this new tab that she created. It was originally at the Ozone basketball when she first opened it. But then she navigated to the Hockomock Sports, and then she went into the schedules, and then she went into the event, and then she went into the Franklin 2021-22. And she was on that. I didn't catch the time when she minimized Safari, so I don't know how long she was on it, but that's what she was doing. She didn't do any Google searches. She wasn't doing Google searches that night. She went directly to the website. She probably has it bookmarked or something, which makes sense if this is your girl's schedules. She didn't remember right at first that she had seen the car outside, had to be reminded. Funny how that works for her, but it doesn't work for Karen. If Karen doesn't, she doesn't remember this, and her instant reaction is, I left him at the waterfall. Somehow that's like really nefarious for Karen, but it's completely normal for Jen. You had to be reminded, even though you sent all these text messages and yada, yada. Yeah, so maybe that's normal. You wake up and you're confused and you've been drinking and you're trying to make sense out of it. We finally hear about Tom Beatty and his daughter. They're on the witness list. We didn't hear from them last time. I wonder if we're going to hear from them this time. And just a couple other things I noticed. Calling her Ms. Reed and the defendant, keeping these very formal descriptions of Karen. It's not Karen. She did say Karen a couple times. I didn't know Karen, but she's switched it over to Ms. Reed and the defendant, keeping that distancing in place. Now, all of this time, Karen's saying, I hit him. Could I have hit him? Here's my taillight. Look at my taillight. And she says, no, I didn't talk to her about it. That's the story. Wouldn't you follow up on why would you think that? Why would you think that, Karen? Why would you think you hit him? And then if it's, I don't know, I don't remember, and I'm trying to explain, okay, well, we'll sort through it. But if it's like, because, I was backing up outside Fairview and I felt a bump, but I thought it was just the curb, and could have been helpful information. Really? You don't follow up on that? I don't know. That just didn't seem weird. They're really not worried. They're not worried at all, but they're getting up at minutes to 5 in the morning and then running around town to look for him. They didn't just tell her, Karen, there's nothing wrong. Go home. And he'll sleep it off. And when he wakes up, he'll come home. I mean, it just doesn't really seem to add up to me. Now, this time, Carrie is absolutely in charge. Carrie's in charge of the whole morning, what they did, where they went. Nothing this morning is strange except for Karen not taking her shoes off at John's. That was strange. Not the broken taillight. Not that she didn't remember. She didn't take off her shoes. While we've just been painting the picture of how hysterical and out of it she is. But that caught your attention. She didn't stop and pause and take her. You thought it was odd that a hysterical woman who isn't sure where her boyfriend is didn't stop to take her shoes off before going to look for him? That doesn't seem odd to me. That seems consistent to me. And yeah, then that emotional demonstration, you know, not even really sure what to make of it. I'm interested to see tomorrow if and when that continues. I can certainly understand why you would do that. Of course, you saw the defense make strategic decisions based on the emotionality of the witnesses. They didn't cross Carrie Roberts in the first trial. She had come across as very weepy, very, grieving. They didn't ask her any questions. Peggy O'Keefe in this one, very emotional, didn't ask her any questions. Are you thinking it'll go easier for you if you can also manage to cry? It would make sense. It would make sense. It's just that it really isn't ringing as either deep emotion or particularly sincere so far. And again, that's just my opinion. People can have different reads on that. Guys, we got a whole slew of stuff to get through in the super chat, so let's work through it. This is where we stopped. Brennan turns victim's family against those prosecuting their killer, Whitey Bulger, Eerie, how O'Keefe's invite Jen's sisters to sit with them and reject truth. Yeah, and we were talking about how if you found out before that this worked, it would make sense that you would repeat that pattern. I don't think Brennan has initiated how the O'Keefe family is behaving with these adverse witnesses, adverse to Karen, because they've done that from day one, and they did it in the first trial. So that's really not on him. I guess I need to take my banner down, huh? Michelle, dash cam footage shows first cop getting there at 6:09. Jen calls 911 at 6:03. Someone snatched that phone up immediately before attending to John. It definitely looks like that. I mean, it had to be right when they first got there. If not slightly before. That's the $1 million question. Love to know if we can find that out from Karen's phone. Exactly when were you guys back in front of Fairview? And was it before or after 6:02 when those steps started? Or the temperature change started? No, I forget. One of those. We'll be able to keep track once Sleuthy gets her timeline updated, but no pressure, girl. We love you. Do it as you do it, your way of doing it, because you do it awesome. R. Red, Alessi's deliberate cadence / delivery enables us all to appreciate the intelligence and subversive humor of the chat. I appreciate this stream so much. Well, good. I'm glad that those things complement each other. I find his delivery to be very matter of fact, very direct. Those are kinds of things that I like and I enjoy. I don't really like the indirect maneuvering around, the hinting. I'm supposed to fill in the gaps and like somehow read your mind, know what you're thinking. I can be a little too oblivious to a lot of that stuff. Just keep it direct. And so Mr. Alessi does a fantastic job with that. And I'm glad that Glad that that helps you see value in the chat. I love this chat. I'm sorry that I am not always as attentive to it as I wish I could be. But when I do get the chance to see what folks are saying, I'm often just blown away at the good humor, but also just the intelligence, the knowledge that people bring and are willing to share. So thank you all for that. Edward Kirkpatrick, let's not forget Jen asked troopers if she could delete texts from her daughter's phone before turning it over. So we know she deleted before turning it in. Yeah, that's right. She did. That's right. That's right. Asked for permission to delete stuff off of Allie's phone. Then they got that Life 360 data and all that. So yeah, it's true. It's true. We don't know what she did to her own phone, but we're supposed to take it, at face value that if she had deleted stuff, Ian Whiffin would be able to tell us. I guess we're supposed to take that at face value. The extraction tools will sometimes recover deleted data, but not always. You may or may not even know that it's there. So is a little bit hard to say what we can infer from this voluntary turning over of the phone several days after these events. Skippy1 deleted with external software on January 31st. He could not explain it. Yeah, he couldn't explain it. Maybe it's external software. I don't know. He doesn't know. He has no way of replicating this, and it doesn't fit within his model of how this database behaves. So he doesn't have an explanation. And to me, if that's not reasonable doubt for your explanation, I don't know what is. You need to have an explanation that accounts for all of the facts. And this one that's inconvenient that you can't explain, that means I have to question your model here. Mark Lyon, didn't the state just object to asking him to share his recent local driving experiment? How does that align with this not influenced testimony? Yeah, good point. They did. He came last Sunday and he drove the exact route and did the arm test thing, holding his phone while he drove exactly where Karen and John was supposed to be. And guess what? Brennan doesn't want us to hear what the results of that were. Brennan doesn't want us to hear that. Whose idea? Did he volunteer to do that? And, Brennan knew nothing about it. Was it suggested to him that he should do that? But, it's very recent, so you don't necessarily have to put it in a report and update your opinions or something like that. It can just stay between us. But then, oopsie, he got asked about it. And so he spilled the beans that it happened. I don't know. I mean, it could be either of these things. Could be either. For me, the notable thing is that he did an experiment. It should validate his theory or not. And Mr. Brennan did not want us to hear the results. And so I can make my own inference about what that means based on that set of affairs. Michelle, if the temperature of the freezer doesn't matter, why put it in the freezer? Yeah, why not put it in the fridge, put it in the basement? If your point is to see if it changes going from somewhere warmer to colder, then it doesn't have to be a freezer, I guess. This is terrible science. It's not science. This is, this is data. This is not even data. This is anecdote. I think for this to be valid, you would, need to track things like temperature and you'd be calculating the rate, but you'd also be replicating it. You would be doing it a lot. You would not just do it one time and be like, ooh, here's what happens. You would do it a lot. And if you want to be like really rigorous, you would do it under, with different things. You need to try to replicate the situation at 34 Fairview as much as possible. So yeah, you would try to replicate the body heat on one side. You would try to replicate the activity that the phone is engaging in over the course of the evening. If the phone engaging takes energy and that, runs the battery, I don't know, but that's what you're testing. You're trying to eliminate as many of these variables as possible. But to not even track the temperature, it just gives you very, very limited information. Maybe that was the point. You know, it's just that didn't work to his advantage when it dropped so dramatically, so quickly in his experimental condition, but then didn't do that at Fairview. Z, why is Bev stating grounds for objections to jury? She keeps saying as to the form, sustained as to the form. It's because he would not stop asking leading questions. She's not getting real specific about the grounds, but she is giving him clarity about here's what you need to do to fix it. So contrary to her, representation pre-trial that we don't even need to state the grounds for objections because you all should already know. Now she's clearing it up for him. Here's what you need to do. Here's what you need to do to overcome the objection. You just need to state the question in a proper form. So she's being very helpful to Mr. Brennan. He's doing it over and over and over and over and over again, and she keeps sustaining and watch the form, Mr. Brennan. Is she doing anything else? No, of course not. And so he's continuing to do what he does because there's no boundary here. It doesn't matter. Debbie W., hold on. Brennan asked if someone lying prone would insulate the battery from outside temps. So far, everyone said John O'Keefe was supine on his back. I remember it as on the spine. Prone would be stomach. This is correct. This is, yes, this is the distinction. Prone is on your front. Supine is on your back. And Timothy Nuttall made it clear on his back, supine position. He used the terminology. Is Mr. Brennan being technical in his use of his term, when he asks this, or is he just, just using a word maybe without, maybe even knowing the difference, maybe just not, it's possible he's just trying to describe body on top of the phone. But it is true, this is careless. If you're going to use the word, it should be the right word. It should at least be, sort of correct. So if you aren't sure what prone means, you probably shouldn't use it. You could just say if somebody lying on top of the phone, doesn't matter what position they're in. Does it make a difference? Does it make a difference for the interference with the location sensitivity, the location accuracy, if you're lying on your stomach versus lying on your back? No, it doesn't matter. So you didn't need to use this word at all. But you're absolutely right. He used it. It was not correct. Is he trying to sow confusion about exactly what direction John was lying in? I don't know. Maybe. It's a possibility. Could be careless. We'll have to see if this is just a mistake. Or is this deliberate? Do there start to be a pattern of mistakes like this? I think we'll maybe just be attuned to that. Hospice Just, why can't Bev just say overruled? Because she has to say I allow it because she is high on that supply of her own authority. Remember, if I order it, Crash Daddy, will you give me my report when I want it? If I order you, Crash Daddy. That's why. She'll allow it. I'll allow it. Oh, because she is a generous God. Yeah, she should just say overruled. That would be the professional thing to do. But she doesn't. This is her style. B. May, it feels like we aren't getting to see the things discussed when jury is out of the room anymore, sidebars aside. I mean, they keep doing it at sidebar. I mean, I haven't seen them discuss stuff in open court without the jury present that we haven't been able to see. They've done it all at sidebar. So it's just they're continuing to have these sidebar conferences where they aren't necessary. They aren't necessary. And if my memory is correct that we're going to get to see the sidebars this time, they're not going to be impounded when and if there's a transcript produced, I'm sure somebody is going to get it. Somebody's going to get it at some point. So, they won't be impounded and we'll get to see them because she acknowledged their public record. And this time there is an objection to it. There wasn't last time. But the only thing that justifies not being able to hear that is juror identification. Maybe there would be other confidential things that would justify it. But by and large, the business of the court arguing about your rulings, scheduling, all this stuff that comes up that they're dealing at sidebar, even questioning a juror about something, that shouldn't happen in sidebar. You don't need to ask the juror their name in open court, but the basis for whether there's an issue with a juror and what's going to be done with that juror is absolutely public record. We are entitled to know that. So why are we doing it in this format where we don't get to see it now? We have to wait until there's a transcript produced at some point at some considerable expense to somebody else. I don't like it. It shouldn't be a sidebar. We should be allowed to see all of these discussions. Scorpid Black Dragon, when you attend a friend's party, do you turn off your phone and keep it on your person? If either applies, may explain huge gap of time. I don't know. I would assume if the phone was powered off that it would affect the behavior of the phone. It was continuing to pick up location data. It seems like it was continuing to monitor temperature data, at least from time to time. So that I think would tend to suggest the phone was on. He talked about looking at the power log, through that one database that he was so enamored with. You can see the power log, you can see the locks, you can see all these other things. Surely if it was powered off, they would have mentioned that. I mean, it would matter. But maybe not. The defense would have elicited it, surely. So I think this is a possible explanation. I'm not sure that it fits the data that we have in this case. I mean, nobody has said it wasn't powered off. It did remain on all night. But it just seems like the kind of thing that it would have come out already if that, because they would be able to tell that from the phone. Beach Rando, this data and testimony screws up Jen's timeline big time. Big time. She's got to disavow that 12:29 8-second phone call that Ian Whiffin said, yeah, that was answered. She's got to disavow it. She doesn't have an explanation for why she'd be having a phone call with John while they're sitting outside the house. Yeah, it messes up the timeline big time. And that's before you even get to the whole issue that really it didn't get flushed out well in the first trial, her inconsistencies and how she's told the story about these text messages, why she was texting John and what she was doing at the time. Because her original story was that she's looking out the window and each time she looks, she sees the car there, so she sends a text. And then on the last time she goes and looks, after she sends the last text, she sees the car drive away. And that's the end of it. She doesn't think anything else. They decided not to come in and she thinks nothing else about it. But that's at 12:45, like after 12:45. And we know Karen was already back at Meadows by then. So it definitely messes up Jen's timeline. Intrigued to see how she handles that this time. Duncan, Idaho, I think it's hilarious the way Bev takes control when there is an objection. I'll allow it. Repeats the question, paycheck earned. Yeah, she does like her control, doesn't she? I'm in control. I'll allow it. But when it comes time for you to actually do your job, like ruling on an objection, she'll go ahead and let Mr. Brennan just steamroll it. Not allow you to exercise your authority. Michelle, when Hank pushes to abandon all logic and hammers the just believe us theory, I interpret it as a very touchy subject for the prosecution. Well, yeah, I mean, the fact that they have to keep coming back to I hit him. And, you know, boy, Karen's acting weird. Do you really want to go toe to toe on who's acting sketch, Karen Reed versus the people inside 34 Fairview? It's not a great comparison. But when that's what you have to keep focusing on because the data doesn't support you, yeah, that's a desperate position. And it's touchy. Just believe us. We say so. I really believe that maybe his human body is the reason why it couldn't get a more accurate GPS reading. Or more precise GPS reading, I guess. I'm not technically sure which one we're dealing with in this situation. I got to think about it. Accurate generally tends to mean, does this correspond with the true value? And precise means, does it correspond with other measurements of the same thing? So I think technically we're talking about precision because we don't actually know the true value. We don't know actually where John O'Keefe's phone was. All we're seeing is these different measurements that are not necessarily that close to each other. So I think we're technically talking about precision here and not accuracy, for whatever that's worth. Just believe us. It's not precise because of his body. That's hard to believe. Aisha Lynn, Andrea, audio check, please. Oh no. Yes, I know. I'm sorry I missed all this, but I did have issues with the audio. Paul Croak, Guarino testified in first trial about the Cedar Road and it was hilly. Maybe Nick told him and it was in his report. Oh, yeah, it might have been his report that he's not sure if he read. He read some parts, but maybe not some other parts. Maybe he did. We didn't get to follow up on that little experiment that he did on Sunday. We went straight to sidebar for Mr. Brennan to be heard, and then we had to move on when we got back. So no chance to ask him, for example, why, I don't know that you necessarily do ask this question on cross. I got to think about it, but I'm going to go ahead and say it for purposes of argument. How did it occur to you to do this test? Was it suggested to you? The reason why I'm not sure you ask it because you don't know the answer. Always got to be very careful about asking that question you don't know the answer to. But it would be interesting to know, wouldn't it? You just spontaneously thought it up? Or did you know that was the Commonwealth's theory? And it's kind of important because the Commonwealth is insisting they didn't want you to test any particular theory. They didn't ask for that. But then here you are out there on the exact road doing the exact thing you claim produced this data, this result, these artifacts. And we don't get to hear the answer. We don't get to know anything about that. Yeah, a little bit of inconsistency around all that. Don't be hating. Thank you, Andrea. You're amazing. Check your sound. It just got wonky. Thank you guys for really trying to get my attention. I'm sorry I wasn't. Oh no. Equality. I hope you see this soon. Your audio is bad. Oh, it was a perfect storm today. Please check the audio and check the chat. I'm sorry, Aisha Lynn. When I talk, I'm not good at checking the chat. I can't do multiple things at once. Normally Jeff would have been able to private chat me and tell me the audio's out, but he had to run to an appointment. So it just happened at exactly the wrong time. I'm sorry, guys. Ashton, Andrea, oh no, it was that bad. We haven't heard anything you said for the 5 minutes or so, but go off, girl. Was I completely silent the whole time? God. Good job, Boomer. Jesus freak, correct audio, please. That must have been super annoying. Wow, you guys are very patient and tolerant. And some of you even came back after lunch. You guys are the real MVP. Amerigator, the dismantling of Whiffin on the phone temperature data makes me sus on his Google time stamp testimony. It is a little bit of an issue, isn't it, with an expert? Because if if their credibility gets damaged, then you got to sort of question everything that they're telling you. It's very similar to the whole problem with lying. You know, you lie about one thing, then I got to question whether you're being honest about everything. If you seem to lack expertise or to be careless in one area of your examination or your analysis or whatever, yeah, I don't know why I'm going to then just give you the benefit of the doubt that in everything else you were very rigorous and careful. I don't have a reason to make that assumption. So I can understand this perspective. It makes sense to me. Duncan, Idaho. Oh no. We pray to legal vices, the patron saint of audio issues and technical difficulties, to help guide this channel in its darkest hour. Well, I don't know if he heard you. It took some time. I'm sorry it took some time. I got on my phone at the break, so because I pick it up and it vibrates like if I've gotten a call or something like that since then. I almost never have my sound on. So it did. So I check and here's Jeff has called me. Jeff is texting me. The audio starts at like 3 minutes after noon and it's 30 minutes after. Oh, guys. Embarrassing. Aisha Lynn, Andrea, you have been speaking for 20 minutes and we really want to understand what you're saying. Please check the audio. You guys, Cosmo Carter, check audio. I'm sorry. Clever nickname. She broke the case. No one knew because bad audio. I did. I solved it all. And it's gonna be my secret forever. Aisha Lynn, Andrea, this is the 4th super chat I've purchased within the last 25 minutes to tell you that the audio is bad. People have been leaving the chat. I am very sorry about that. I do appreciate you trying so hard to get my attention. Clever nickname, Haas, long to fix audio. Oh, right about 30 minutes. Helen Nichols audio. Alex Canna audio issues, Andrea. My apologies. I will try to be better. Very sorry about that. The rural juror, do you think Jen is coming soon? That's why they brought Whiffin in early, tried to get out in front of her tomfoolery. Maybe it's an interesting decision this time to do it in this order, right? Last time they went in reverse order. We heard from Jen before we heard from Mr. Whiffin. So we got to hear Jen deny making the Google searches and so forth at 2:27, get her whole story out. And then we heard from the tech guy to basically back that up. Starting with the tech guy, it means there's a lot on the table now that the jury's already heard, particularly with respect to these timeline problems that is now available to the defense to challenge her. And it's a little bit more powerful because they've already heard it. It's not a situation where we're having to plant that seed, ask as a hypothetical, if this were the case, then what would your explanation be? Now, the jury's already heard it. So we can just say directly, your timeline doesn't fit with the 12:29 phone call that you made to John's phone. That John made to you and that was answered. And there was 8 second something. Are you going to explain that as a butt dial? You can go ahead and just get it out, and it's hard for her to deny it because the jury's heard it's there in the phone data. It's going to be very interesting, I think, to see how that plays out. That choice to swap the order. Hanky is a cockwomble. Check sound, please. Yeah. Auto Doctor 911. RA science is flawed. Temp change is not linear. That could be. I'd be interested in the relationship. He never really tested that, did he? I mean, he didn't care about the temperature. So we don't know what the relationship between the outdoor temperature, the ambient temperature, and the battery temperature actually is. We just, I guess, know there's kind of one. It sort of generally tracks, but exactly how they behave in relationship to each other, we don't know. I would buy it's not linear. Tia M, repeat everything you have said for 40 minutes. Guys, and I was going through super chats and stuff too. I'm so sorry for everyone. Everyone who had questions and comments, and I gave such brilliant answers. And you guys missed it all. I'm so sorry. God. What a loser. Duncan, Idaho. Dear diary, today was the worst day of my life. Andrea Burkhardt had audio issues and I'm trying to cope, but it's just been really hard. Well, you know, I'm laughing. Hopefully some of you laughed with me. Hopefully you were laughing at the time. Hopefully this wasn't a source of stress and anxiety and negative emotion and spiraling. I hope we were able to, you know, at least it was during the break. It's not like it was during the trial when the important stuff matters. It's just me talking. You know, it's just me talking. It's not really that important. Oh, I can't apologize enough, guys. Marcelo, I disagree with the lawyers that say 2:27 a.m. search is not that important. The RA jurors convicted RA because who else would have done it? With the rest of the sus stuff that family did during the night and after, it adds up. Oh, it's absolutely part of the story. I don't disagree with that at all. It's absolutely part of the story. And frankly, you know, the reason why I can see an argument for the value of it is because it's just so vivid. It's so direct. Everything else is pretty indirect. You know, who acts like this? Who explains this as a butt dial? How many butt dials do you really think happen? You know, between how do butt answers even happen? A lot of that stuff, it's just the sus, the kind of general sus. It's circumstantial. This is pretty direct. Hoslong to die in cold. If that happened before anybody is supposed to know he's dying in the cold, it's pretty on the nose. And so for that reason, it's potentially a lot more compelling than the other pieces of it. The reason why I question it is because of its vulnerability. It just doesn't seem that strong. You know, when we watched it the first time, like I said, I listened to the Commonwealth's experts the first time and I'm like, yeah, I buy it. I buy this explanation. It seems to make sense. It seems to be coherent. And then I hear the defense expert. I'm like, well, he seems to have a good explanation for why that doesn't work. It at best was a draw, you know, was kind of my read on it. And so there's a risk it's not going to be so good this time that you won't get the draw. If this is you know, viable. They were able to raise some doubt around it, but you know, could they undermine the foundations? I don't think so. They're going to really depend on reception from the jury, kind of like, you know, the question that we saw, the comment that we saw a couple minutes ago, you know, if he's this sloppy with the temperature data, then I'm going to call into question how he handles the Google searches. Yeah, and that's fair, but it's not a given that the jury is going to do that. So just kind of from a practical standpoint, choosing what your priorities are, it's always a cost-benefit analysis. And so I agree 100%. Yeah, there's benefit here. There's benefit to 227, no question about it. It's just, do you suffer cost if you're, you know, putting this forward and it gets debunked? You know, they're able to debunk it. Does that deflate your defense? I mean, it will somewhat. It's just how bad is it? It's going to depend. It's a risk. It's hard to evaluate. And so that's why, you know, I suggest maybe not the most important thing to focus on in trial 2. You definitely got all this other stuff. But what a head fake would that be anyway? Just kind of drop it, you know? Commonwealth's all prepared to go down this road. We don't really care when she searched it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because John wasn't hit by a car either way. But I do agree too with this point that yeah, the Richard Allen, according to the juror interview, it was a who did it if not him. Well, defense wasn't allowed to present their alternate suspect evidence in the Richard Allen case. And that's not what the jury is supposed to do, but it is kind of natural. It is kind of natural to do that. And that's how The defense spinning it into alternative possibilities rather than I am going to specifically solve it for you and point the finger at these specific people and prove to you that they did it. That's assuming a burden of proof. And you already know you can't meet that because they didn't do the investigation. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of why this went down the way that it did, to hide and destroy what you would need in order to prove that theory. So you aren't going to be able to back up a commitment like that. That's why I like the shift to focus on the reasonable doubt, focus on the investigation didn't allow us to evaluate alternatives, plausible alternatives. And there's a lot of reason why they're plausible alternatives. This helps point the finger directly at these people, but we don't necessarily need to. If we don't get all the way to the powerful Albert family that wasn't going to get any shit, we don't have to get there to prove because they did it. It could be enough to just be like, well, Michael Proctor was concerned that if he went too far down that road, they're going to get shit. It's going to be a hassle. There's going to be people going in and out of their house. They're going to be under suspicion. So he directed his investigation in a way that limited its ability to get the full picture. So we don't know. I'm getting a little bit of the sense with Jen McCabe this time. Are they kind of throwing Higgins under the bus? Are they putting it out there to throw Higgins under the bus? Didn't really know him. Met him a couple times. He's just this guy that kind of hung out with Brian. His timeline at the last trial, as far as when he left the party, he was barely there. He left almost immediately because they didn't have any Jamesons. Apparently that's all he can drink is Jameson. So he went to the police department to move cars. And then he went home and drank more Jamesons and went to sleep on the couch. I don't remember if I made that part up because it was such a sad story in my mind. You went home and drank more and drank yourself to sleep. Just seems like the kind of a thing a person would do on their couch. She's not backing up that timeline. He only left just a little short time between, but a little short time after, before they did, before the McCabes did. And the McCabes left at 1:30 to 1:45. So not helping him out there. Maybe getting a little sense that Higgins is getting thrown under the bus. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We don't have to solve it. We really don't. We don't have to point the finger directly at these guys. It's enough to say it's possible. It's possible Higgins was out in the front yard and ran into John and they had the fight and, it happened there. And then Higgins, came inside and pretended nothing happened. I mean, there's a lot of ways this could have happened. And that's all the defense needs to illustrate. They don't have to point the finger directly at these guys. So it is compelling evidence. I definitely see the value. Just question is it too weak for this to really be worth sinking a lot of your effort and your credibility into? Z, Bren sued feds on behalf of Bulger's victims. Did he? How did that work? How did he represent both Whitey and the victims? I don't know. Maybe a subsequent thing. God, I got to look up more about this, guys. I'm putting it on my list. Actually, I'm going to put this one. I have a little, not like a nice sleuthy spreadsheet or anything like that, but I just kind of keep a little list of like notes and takeaways and things like that. And one of them I have is follow-ups. I'm going to just add to my follow-ups. Bulger trial. What can I learn about the Whitey Bulger trial in relatively short order? Gypsy, don't iPhones have an accelerometer that would detect any sudden violent movement? They do have an accelerometer. Now, I don't know, when they started. I don't know if they've always had it, but I know that they do now because that's part of how they do the motion, the steps, the detection. The accelerometer is part of that. And I don't have a super great understanding of how exactly it works, how precise it is, and all of that. But my understanding is that what it's looking for is changes in movement, and so it's looking for a change in movement that mimics your gait. And then that's what it does. That's when it calculates a step. I don't know if that's individualized, if the phone learns to you in particular as you have the phone. I don't know if that's just a general, if it's like an average gait. Seems like he's suggesting, the phone kind of knows your gait, and that's how it's able to calculate the distance. Because then it would be different if I have the phone versus I give the phone to a 5-year-old, and the 5-year-old carries it around. Can it tell the difference between the steps? I don't know. I'd love to know more about this, but I don't have an iPhone, never have. But yes, it does have an accelerometer, and so it should detect, a change of movement. If that change of movement is a step, does it detect more? Does it detect like any violent movement, like for example CPR? That I don't know. Bebop and Rocksteady. I wonder if speaking objections would be more of a deterrent for Brennan. He might be more careful about how he looks to the jury. Maybe, if he's actually getting called out on his shit in a way that they can understand what the issue is, probably wouldn't be to his advantage. But, that's probably part of why we're not hearing them. She doesn't want speaking objections to such an extent that we're not even going to state the basis, which is not the same thing as a speaking objection. Speaking objection is when you explain, Your Honor, I object. This witness has never seen this document before. He's already testified that he doesn't know this person. This is without foundation. That's a speaking objection. You're giving an argument in front of the jury. That is not the same thing as saying object foundation. Object foundation is the norm in every court I've ever been in, every court I've ever heard of, until we ended up in Judge Bev's court. Even that might be a little bit of a deterrent. I don't know. Sibling creature. I suspect Brennan may be in for a rude shock if he tries these same tactics in front of a different judge in the future. Yeah, he might. Something that comes up, not a ton, but from time to time in the life of a defense lawyer, particularly an appellate defense lawyer, is that you come to appreciate that judges who give the state everything they want they're not a blessing. They have a big downside because the prosecutors get so used to it. They get so used to a judge just giving them whatever they want that, number one, they haven't thought ahead to the different judges on the Court of Appeals and your need to be able to make a case that will convince them. But also, yeah, you move the office, a new judge gets elected. There's kind of new norms in place. You're stuck in this old framework where you're able to get lazy because you're used to having your own way. It's very, very common for judges, pro-prosecution judges in particular, to just defer to whatever the prosecutor wants. I don't really care what your basis is. It's your responsibility to back it up. If you're asking me for it, I'm going to, trust you have a reason, and I'll just give you what you want. It's really not that uncommon, and it can really allow the prosecutors to get very sloppy. So that's just a general rule anyway, in this particular case. Like what with the shouting at Dr. Wolf and stuff like that, that's not going to fly in a lot of courtrooms. Even just the other judge we saw in this case, I can't remember his name now. I want to say Sisitsky. When they were talking about the, Turtle Boy stuff, it was like that crossover case because Bradel was arguing about the third party discovery. Brennan wanted the discovery from Turtle Boy's case. That judge, think he would tolerate that kind of behavior from Brennan that we saw yesterday? I seriously doubt it. I really do. That judge was made of some sterner stuff. So yeah, I tend to agree. I think I don't think the habits he's forming in front of this judge is going to do him any favors. My Mini 67, at no point has it been stated how many satellites the GPS receiver in the phone is seeing. The location remains constant if there are no satellites visible. GPS sats only send their ID and time code. This is interesting. I don't know anything about this. I don't know a whole lot about how the GPS information is received and recorded in the telephone. Yeah, it makes sense to me that it's multiple satellites. It's triangulation. That's part of what makes it so precise. So if you're connecting to 20 satellites, it's going to be more precise than if you're connecting to just one. Yeah, I don't know. It hasn't been stated. I don't know if that's something that the phone reports. I don't really know how those communications are tracked. But if there's no satellites visible, does that happen much? I mean, I'm asking sincerely, does that happen much? I just kind of assume at this point the sky is pretty full. I assume at this point the sky is pretty full of GPS satellites, but I don't really know. Curious, I'd be interested to know that if anybody does. My Mini 67, the human body does stop EM waves, and the power of GPS satellites is minuscule by the time it's been scattered by atmosphere and snow. I'd love to hear this from like a doctor or a physicist. Explain it. Just explain to me how this works. I'm not unwilling to buy it. I'm just, doesn't sit right to me because it doesn't seem to comport with just normal experience. I would buy that it depends on like the size of the wave and stuff like that. I mean, there's a whole reason why we use like X-rays and stuff, for example, because of how they pass through the human body and the ways in which they don't pass through. But that's, a specific wavelength. I don't know how this is all relating to each other. The power output of GPS satellites is minuscule. I don't know what minuscule means. Relative to what? Relative to what? I mean, light gets scattered by atmosphere and snow. Yeah, the body stops light. We produce shadows. I don't know. I would just like to hear about this in a little bit more detail, because when it's just thrown out there as I believe the body would interfere, I need a little bit more than that. Doesn't pass the smell test for me. I'm not going to say it's wrong, but I would like a little bit more detail than a cell phone guy saying, I believe that's the case. Nenny, demo showed what he says it will because the change in Celebrite has already occurred. The change hadn't happened yet when Jen made her search. But the change in Celebrite is just a change in how the data is processed by the external, Celebrite software. It's not a change in what happens inside the phone as far as what the phone does. So it doesn't change the phone. It just changes their ability to read it and what it says when they go back and look at the data. So I didn't really see, I don't know. I wasn't following Mr. Alessi on that one, other than he's just re-emphasizing that Celebrite took it out, took out the 227 timestamp. Yeah, they did. And unfortunately, I felt like the more times you hammered on that, the more opportunities he had to just try to explain, well, because it was misleading. And we thought, we tested it and we sent it through the forensics team and they validated and we conclude, it just kind of gave him more room to make that a better supported position. So other than just making the point again that Celebrite deleted it, I'm not sure where he was going with that. I don't see a connection between he did a demo right here in court after Celebrite changed what they reported. Yeah. So I'm not sure if there's a conclusion I'm supposed to draw from that. If there is, I'm not following it. Duncan, Idaho, objection. The witness's voice is unbearable. Is that all Jen McCabe? You don't like her voice? You don't like Jen's voice? She's got quite an accent. I mean, to my ear, I'm sure I probably have quite an accent to hers. Been told I sound a little bit like Sarah Palin. Yeah. Sorry, it's the North. It's the Northwest. It is what it is. Lucy Fair, according to Whiffen, butt dial wouldn't happen because butt would interfere with signal. Well, the cell tower isn't the same signal as the GPS. I don't know if it's the same wavelength. I don't know if it's the same strength, all that stuff. I don't know. That's why I need a little bit more of an explanation to be able to make sense out of that. Because if I'm sitting on the phone and it's in my pocket, I don't typically have difficulty still using my phone. So that's why I have difficulty with the smell test on this one. The rural juror, I cannot wait to see if her story changes. The time she was peeking through the window, the weather girls video, the suspense is killing me. Yeah, It's Raining Men. She sure did. She's sticking with it so far. But not peeking through the window. This time the blinds were closed. So it was only out the front yard. Did she say anything last time? I did have my notes here. I was like ready to flip through a little bit. Did she say looking through the window last time? John never came in the house. Last call from John when she went back and looked. Oh, that's a different. She's talking about something else. She's saying that they arrived at the house sometime between 12:20 and 12:30. That's what she said in the first trial. Now, she's saying it took 5 to 8 minutes to drive. And they left a little after 12. So she is advancing her timeline as far as when they arrived. She hasn't been asked a specific time other than just a few minutes after they left. And they left a little bit after 9. So she seems to be advancing that a little bit. Okay, what did she say about looking outside? So she went to the front door when Julie Nagel's brother got there, she says. Nephew said another car was out front, so she went to the front door. How did the nephew know that? If you can't see out the window because the blinds are closed. So she looked out the storm door, saw the vehicle, texted John. Vehicle is straight ahead and the headlights are off to the left. Off to the left. She's got the car oriented the wrong way, it seems like. Could have been a misstatement. Didn't see anyone exit. Then we came back. We looked at the text here, pull behind me, and the car had moved from the prior spot. She went to the front door. She went back and she sat at the table. Saw the car had moved, sent pull behind me, text, went back to the front door. So how did she see it if she was away from the front door? And then hello at 12:40, didn't know if they were outside or they had left. She does seem to be perhaps a little inconsistent about that. I don't know how that reconciled. I don't know how that reconciles. You went back to the table and then you saw the car had moved. So you sent the text and you went back to the front door. Had to have seen it out the window. Yeah, the details are going to be fascinating to follow, aren't they? Can't wait to see if that gets explored in cross, and especially if that gets explored effectively in cross. I'm anticipating, how this is going to go, which, we're probably going to get to tomorrow. Probably going to get to tomorrow. Last time she had a little bit more than a half day on direct, and then it went to cross, and she was on cross for a pretty significant length of time. So half day, she's already had half of her story told. We're already back at Fairview, not a whole lot more for her to say. So I think we're going to get to cross tomorrow. I'm very intrigued to see what adjustments, if any, Mr. Jackson makes in his approach. To Truth for Liberty, the phone search forensics seems a bit confusing to the jury, but phone data is not a key fact as to whether there was a Karen Reed, John O'Keefe car collision. The communications and stuff are not. The Google search definitely is not. The location data and things like that could be. And certainly the timeline, what the phone activity on John's phone tells us about what he was doing, does help us evaluate the timeline. Because if he's hit by a car and he is, inflicted a brain injury that would render him instantly unconscious and unable to do anything, he is not checking his message from Jen and then hitting the lock button on the phone and finishing taking steps. That's not going to work. So yeah, that's part of the issue with the Hoslong to die in cold. Yeah, it's great. It's a great fact if it's really solid, but if it's not, are you just confusing the jury? And is there a risk that you're distracting them from the part of the cell phone forensic stuff that can really help your case, that goes to the key part of your case? The 3 points they need to remember: there was no collision, there was no collision, there was no collision. That's what they need to remember. I do. I worry a little bit that they might just throw out the baby with the bathwater. They decide this is too confusing, I can't track it. I don't want that to happen. There's a lot of important information in there. Duncan, Idaho, couple of drinks, 2, 3, I don't know. Press X to doubt. What did she say last time? Let's see. Let's see if she told us last time. We didn't hear about the weight loss challenge this time. Remember, we heard about the weight loss challenge last time, and it didn't make any sense because they're out here drinking like fishes and eating, cheese sticks and potato skins and stuff like that. Whatever happened to this weight loss challenge? I don't even remember why they brought that up in the first place. She was drinking beer. Okay, so she did say that she was drinking beer. At least on direct, it doesn't look like she volunteered how much she had to drink. So then, did she get there on cross? Probably, but cross jumped around. It was not linear and organized and chronological in the way that the direct was. So probably not going to be able to easily flip through and see if she said anything about how many drinks she had. I don't know. Does it really matter? Does it really matter? Doesn't mean John was hit by a car either way. The rural juror, Hank saying your nephew and your sister's house instead of Brian Albert's house. You're not fooling anyone, Brennan. I honestly didn't quite catch that, but now that you point it out, yeah, we are distancing Brian Albert from this quite a bit, aren't we? We barely heard about him so far. In fact, the full attention really so far on the people in the house, it's been on Jen McCabe. We've heard a lot about Jen McCabe so far. We've seen her at the scene. We've heard about, the relationship between her and Carrie. And, heard about the extraction was done of her phone. So we've heard a lot about Jen. We've heard hardly anything about Brian at this point. Hardly anything. That's a very good catch. They're really distancing him from the story this time around. Maybe that's strategic. If you can make him focus on Jen, then forget about that part where it's that guy's a Boston cop too. He's not going to get any shit. Is that what this is about? Maybe. This is a great catch. I actually hadn't noticed that, hadn't put that together. But yeah, it's the Alberts house, right? This was the Alberts family home for a couple generations. Didn't he say that in opening? They sold it, got rid of the dog, got rid of the phones, got rid of the house. Shortly after all this happened. Whatever, clever. I've written software for personal work use, but they crude and not scrutinized like commercial software must be. How did Ian's software make it into court and to be used in a forensic capacity? $1 million question right here. The only thing I can think of is that the defense didn't challenge it. I don't know if the defense challenged it. They may have before the last trial, but this is a new trial. I don't specifically recall that, but it could have been. It could have been an issue from the first trial. But yeah, how has this been validated? Has it been peer reviewed? Does this meet the Daubert-Lanigan standard for admissibility? I don't know. We don't have any foundation to know that. If it was litigated in the last trial and they got to bring it in, then the defense can predict they'll get to bring it in this time as well. So maybe they figure it's just better off to kind of let that lie and let it maybe occur to the jury like it occurred to me. I don't know why I'm supposed to rely on this guy's own software. Of course, the software is doing what he programmed it to do. How do I know he programmed it to do the right thing? Versus he just programmed it to do what he wants it to show. To me, that doesn't seem like, that much of a stretch. Like it takes a super smart person to think that up. No, it seems pretty obvious to me, but I don't know. I don't know how this passed. My best explanation is just because I guess the defense didn't challenge it. It's often the case for how strange things happen in trial. If it doesn't get challenged, then it comes in. The rural juror, he'll end for the day on the same cliffhanger as Carrie. There's a man in the snow. Fairly close. And Bev timed it for us too, didn't she? Bev timed it for us. That's a good point. That's a good point. At the 911 call. Literally leave it at giving the compressions until the police came. They're there at the scene. They're desperately trying to revive him. The man is in the snow. The man is in the snow. Yeah, pretty close. Hospice Just, how did we prove crimes before cell phones? It was harder. Cell phones have made investigation a lot easier. Same with DNA. These technological advances make it pretty difficult to hide a crime, commit the perfect crime, so to speak, be undetected. They can. You got to leave your phone at home. This is not legal advice about how to commit your crimes, but it just seems like a logical thing people would have figured out by now. Leave your phone at home when you commit your crimes. But by and large, the folks who are committing crimes are not known to be, criminal geniuses. Not all that many criminal geniuses. Yeah, so much data they can get from it nowadays. It's kind of hard to think back. They would have to do canvassing. They would have to do interviews. They would have to rely on, the eyewitnesses. They'd have to try to make all these things correspond. Basically, imagine this trial without the Haas Long, without the video surveillance, I don't know what this case looks like. Lauren Boborin, never get past CB's PR getting Whiffin on this. Oh yeah, so Celebrate wants the customer. He's like a customer service guy. He's kind of pretty much come out and said that, you know. He's there to help with the that's why they brought him on in the first place, to help with the user experience. Yeah, but specifically the law enforcement user experience, right? Because when he got the question from the defense expert, he ignored it. But then he got the question again from the troopers and he answered that one. That definitely stuck out to me. Z, Jen now. Matt saw taillight not at One Meadows with Carrie. That was his testimony from the last trial, that he could see it from outside the window. He could see it from outside the window, and I think maybe even said something about it. You're not driving out there with a broken taillight. She's explained it as Karen mentioned it on the phone. And to be fair, I think she did also say that in the first trial. I had gone back and checked in my notes when that first came up. And that did track. She said the same thing, that in that phone call, one of those phone calls, Karen said something about my taillights cracked. Some other things that Matt said, just trying to get to the waking up. The calls, they were yelling. She blurted out that she broke her taillight while they're on the phone. So Matt says that too. And called a couple other people that John might have met up with, but he didn't mention who. Turns out that was the Beatties. And there's also some kind of seems to be some conflating between what Matt says he was doing and what Jen was saying she was doing. Because Matt also says, I know I texted and called John, where the hell are you? And didn't get any response. But I don't think we've seen that in history. We've seen that it's Jen that was texting John, calling John, trying to reach him, that morning. So that's just a little bit of an interesting. He says he looked out of the blinds, saw the car in the driveway. He had concerns Jen was going to be driving with Ms. Reed in her vehicle because it had a broken taillight. And that seems to be pretty much what he said about that. So not entirely clear to me if he's saying he saw the broken taillight out the window, or if he's saying that she said it on the phone call, like Jen said. Amelia Walsh, may be sexist, but why are the men allowing their wives to go out and drive in a snowstorm? My husband would 100% drive instead of me. Different people choose different partners, and for different reasons. Not everybody wants a man who's going to take control, take charge. It's not going to fit some women's personalities. Lyda Randolph, why wouldn't Jen tell 911 that John was a police officer? EMS would have gotten there quicker. A man unresponsive in the snow. I mean, at some point, I believe she did say John O'Keefe. I don't think she said Boston police officer. We're going to have to hear the 911 call again. I don't remember her exact words off the top of my head. Maybe there's a transcript somewhere. Is there a transcript of Jen McCabe 911 call? Of course there is. Of course there is. Oh, but it's on Facebook. Let's see. Turtle Boy had it, but it's the audio. Oh. Yeah, nothing I can find real quick. It does seem like there's something out there, but not real quick. So yeah, I don't remember. I did say before, I can get past that there's a man, an unresponsive man in the snow. I can get past that under the circumstances because of the situation. You're calling 911, you're trying to get to the point. There's an emergency thing. I could see a situation where they just need to know the basic. This is what they need to know. They don't necessarily, it doesn't matter for what treatment, for what his needs are, for how fast they get there. It doesn't matter that it's John O'Keefe. It doesn't matter that they're friend. What matters, it's a guy, he's unresponsive in the snow. That's the immediate emergency. The rest of it is just kind of circumstantial to understand how he got there, who he is, and what the bigger story might be. So I can see why you would lead with that summary. It's a very good, clean, accurate summary of the situation. But it doesn't really fit that interpretation anyway. It doesn't really fit the characterization Jen wants to make of herself as I was just frozen and in shock, does it? She wants to kind of join in on this. I was overwhelmed by emotions and so maybe didn't, act clearly, think clearly, say clearly, remember everything. It gives her wiggle room. Gives her some wiggle room. But a precise, clear, direct, the emergency is a man unconscious in the snow. It's so responsive. It's on point. It's cold. It's clinical. It's not real consistent with the picture that she's painting of what the circumstances were and what her experience was that morning. Oliver Olson, phone was moved at 1 mile per hour, like being dragged. Maybe. We just know, I'll give the data. I think if it's reliable, and we're watching this slow down to a stop, second by second by second. Yeah, I'll buy it was in the car. That does seem pretty logical. It doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense that the car stopped and he's out for a second and then moving at 1.4 miles per hour and then coming to a full stop again. Like trying to visualize that consistent with the data. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that works for me. So I do think it makes sense the way that Mr. Whiffen interpreted it. Again, assuming that that's accurate. It was just showing the phone slowing, as the car slowed and eventually came to a stop. Joss Girl, will the jury hear audio Jen saying there's a man passed out in the snow? I expect they will. Yeah, I think the 911 call will be played. It's like I said, typically admissible, routinely comes in criminal cases. Even though it's technically hearsay, it's usually an exception to the hearsay rule, either because it's an excited utterance or it's a present sense impression. So we heard it last time. Don't see any significant reason why the situation would change here. What will be interesting is who offers it. Is it the Commonwealth that's going to offer it? Because they didn't. The time to hear it would have been when Jen was talking about it. That would be logical. They didn't. Can they come back to it? Yes, they can. Of course they can. But maybe it's going to be the defense that offers it instead. That will be interesting if that's the case. Kevin, Honky Brennan spell checker. I want so much for ARCCA to walk in rocking I heart the FBI jackets and baseball caps. Do we have a decorum order this time that limits attire that sends a message, advocates for one side or the other? We're warned that we're going to get one of those in the Koberger case over here in Idaho. He hasn't issued the order yet, but he made it clear because the defense called out the victims' families showing up to a court hearing wearing T-shirts about shots fired, justice for Kaylee, referring to the Idaho bill that allowed the firing squad as a method of execution. So that kind of thing is not going to be allowed during the trial. It generally isn't. They won't. They're pros. These guys are professional. They don't need to play little shenanigans. They got the facts on their side. Edward Kirkpatrick, she has never, not once, admonished the CW at all. I haven't seen it. I've never seen it. I've seen her praise them for things that they should not be praised for. They should be shamed for. And I've seen her overlook and bend over backwards to make excuses for things that the Commonwealth has done that they shouldn't have done. Like this whole order denying the motion to dismiss, the excuses that she made about the Sallyport video. And she finally got to, like, the sternest she got was like, Proctor should have handed it over. Oh, good. You were able to pick up that that signal that Proctor is the fall guy. And we can blame it all on him. And we don't have to rebuke the Commonwealth at all, even though they're the ones that signed the certification that they conducted a reasonable inquiry. So exactly what questions did Mr. Lally ask about the video and where it came from and what was available and who had stored it, etc.? Well, we don't know because we didn't even have an evidentiary hearing. 2 voir years now we've had of the ARCCA witnesses and not a single evidentiary hearing on what the hell happened to the Sallyport video. That's what I've seen. The words, oh my God, she gave something to the defense and got onto Hank. Did she get onto Hank? Did she? I don't see that she did. I mean, she gave to the defense. I'm assuming we're talking about the ARCCA guys right now. You know, she tells them, you're going to win. So even though I'm going to ask you this question, I'm not even going to really let you answer it because I don't want you to answer it. That's not the point of me asking it. My asking it is the point. I'm trying to suggest once again on the record, you guys are unethical. But it's not a basis for me to do anything. I didn't see her get on Hank. The defendant's right is paramount. That's it. The defendant's right. And I have so much understanding for your position, Mr. Brennan, and the ambush that you're being subjected to. No more nonsense. You counsel, I expect you to comply with the RPCs. Not a thing to the Commonwealth. But yeah, she let the ARCCA in. It's very risky to not. You have to have very severe misconduct if you're going to justify excluding them entirely as a sanction, because it's meant to level the playing field. It's meant to, put the parties in the position they would have been in had it not happened, or to balance the inequities. And that is such a severe sanction. You have to do something really bad that really affects the integrity of that evidence if you're going to throw it out. Z, this is why we protest Bev, bias, corrupt, hypocrite. I don't think much of her as a judge. I'm not particularly impressed, and I can certainly understand why folks in Massachusetts wouldn't necessarily want her holding this kind of power in their jurisdiction. Zeke, Texas NP, I don't think she wanted to ruin her summer plans having to go through an interlocutory appeal, which would have come if ARCCA had been excluded. It might have. I've talked about this. Would it? I don't know. Interlocutory appeal in general is such a long shot. And then you have the fact that you're in the middle of trial. There's a decent chance you're not going to get recourse before the trial is over anyway. Court of Appeals is not going to be like, stop the trial so I can think about this, because now you're implicating like losing jurors and double jeopardy and all that stuff. But ARCCA is pretty important to your number 1, number 2, and number 3 points. There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. So if there was anything I think that she could do that would trigger an interlocutory appeal, it probably would be that, because so much of their case depends on it. And without that, they really are. What are they? What are they supposed to offer? Now we have nothing but try to point the finger at the third party culprits, and that's not the defense they want to use. So yeah, high risk. I see you. Machado said one of the TV channels had juror back of head on view reported to court. Well, that's not good. That's not good. I also saw yesterday, I didn't use the Law and Crime feed. I wasn't watching it, but apparently they were pulling from the court's Zoom feed, that the camera that showed the defense team, and they were like running that side by side on their screen. And my understanding is you're not supposed to do that. There was a whole thing like with the Turtle Boy cases and stuff. They'd be on Zoom and you could like call in and listen in, but like no on the restreaming. That's not allowed. So I don't know. Did Law and Crime get like a special exemption for that or something? Or were they, showing the stream that they weren't supposed to? I didn't see what they did today. I can go check. I guess we'll just go ahead and look right now. Law and Crime. Okay, day 6. Nah, just gonna preview it myself. They still showed the side by side. So what did they get a special exemption? Or are they just, pushing the boundaries, because that's unfortunately what these folks running the cameras tend to do. Lost them their privileges over in Moscow, over in Coburger. They just could not follow the rules about what you're supposed to put on video and what you're not. Jacqueline, Bev saying no more nonsense was 100% to Brennan. I didn't get that. I really didn't. I didn't get that from the comments. I wasn't looking to see, like, was she looking at Brennan? Maybe she was looking at him and I missed it. But she said, she's in the course of, chastising the defense. You guys have been terrible. I found all these violations, but the right is paramount. And I sympathize with you, Mr. Brennan, but they're going to be able to testify to everything up to what they said yesterday. And I expect counsel to comply with all the rules and the rules of professional conduct, all the orders and the rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. So to me, it flowed entirely from that rebuke she was giving to the defense team. I didn't see that being directed at Brennan, but I could have missed if, like, she was looking at him when she said that or something. SM, simple Q to IW. If the phone turned off between 2:27 and 6:24, then the Haas long search happened at 2:27, right? That would be a very good question, because that's his theory of how this operates. It's once the tab is closed, or the application is closed, or the phone is turned off. That's what he said. That's when that information, the tab state information, gets finalized and written into that database. So if she turned off her phone sometime after conducting that search, I guess it should. Yeah, this would have been a good question. I would have liked to have seen how he worked that out. Bird with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that, Bird. Appreciate your support for the channel. Ryan Bibbs is gifted 10 Andrea Burkhart memberships in spite of the bad audio. Come one, come all, join, and there can be 30 minutes of me talking silently for everyone. Thank you for your support, Ryan. I really appreciate that. Ian Thomas, Andrea lying is the sincerest form of perjury. That's true. Yeah, it is. It is the sincerest form of perjury. I just, my expectation tends to be that jurors are going to give people the benefit of the doubt. That's just my experience. And I'm inclined to give people the benefit of the doubt too. If you can prove it, then sure. And, there will be a point where can't accept all these misstatements as a coincidence. There's just too many. They're too much in alignment, that kind of thing. But taken individually, if there's just a discrepancy, yeah, again, it's kind of an Occam's razor thing. Is it easier to assume that somebody, is it an easier explanation that somebody just misremembered or misheard or misunderstood or whatever? They just got something wrong than that they deliberately formulated a plan to give false information. Yeah, it's generally the simpler explanation. Not every single time, but generally it is. So I do tend to give them a lot of benefit of the doubt. But yes, if it's perjury, it's a lie. Edward Kirkpatrick, I still can't believe Alessi got Whiffin to say yes to would you say your doubt is reasonable? Yeah, he was just giving it up. Mr. Whiffin is there on the stand. Just giving it up. Didn't really fight back too much. And that's part of the benefit of doing a clean and surgical and fact-focused cross-examination like this. Because you're not making it about how are things characterized where there's room to argue. No, I don't accept your characterization. I'd put it like this. You keep it factual and you just point out where his own evidence, there's something in it that you want the jury to pay attention to for some reason. You don't have to get him to explain it all. Just get it out there. And he's going to be more likely to agree with that because there's less room to disagree. Yeah, that's what happened. So you've programmed him. You've programmed him to the point now where you can ask. You can lead him down the primrose path here. It started with, would you say you have doubts? You have doubts. He got the doubt first, and he did have to talk him into that a little bit, but he did. He did. He gave it to him, and once he acknowledged, yeah, he has doubts about the integrity. Well, of course, doubts are reasonable. Nobody's going to say, well, my thought process was unreasonable. That one followed. It was really getting him to say, yeah, there's some doubt about the integrity of the data. That was the real coup there. But hammered it home with that reasonable. That was good. Lucy Fair, I feel smarter, more logical when Alessi speaks, much like you, Andrea. Brennan makes me feel confused, unclear, bristled, wonder how the jury feels. Yeah, and we have such a discrepancy between how Brennan talks outside of the presence of the jury versus when they're there. Part of why he makes me bristle is just the antagonism and the rudeness, the snide, the contempt. These sorts of attitudes do not sit well with me. You need to really deserve it. That person on the stand needs to really deserve it. And it needs to be clear that they really deserve it if you're going to take that kind of attitude with them. But frankly, even if they do deserve it, the high road is usually going to be better, just from my perspective. It's usually going to be better to take the high road. So, it's kind of hard for me to distinguish between seeing Brennan in the context I've seen him and again, like the jury seeing him with fresher eyes. They're only seeing what happens during the questioning and stuff. He hasn't really been his fully unpleasant self in this context. Wait till we get to cross of the defense witnesses. If there's going to be a show of nasty, it will be with cross. I got to think. His own witnesses, they're friendly. He's getting information from them and then he's rehabilitating them. And so he's showing outrage, but it's more like trying to demonstrate, well, I'm outraged that the defense would even ask you these questions while he's rehabilitating. But when we have defense witnesses, might we see some of that nastiness come out? It's his habit, might be a little bit hard for him to break. We'll see. Ian Thomas, oh my God, we're missing out, Andrea. You have to do an ASMR channel dedicated to bonsai. My juniper is still sitting out there. I still haven't had time to repot it. I am going to, like I said, give an effort to filming it, not probably talk about cases or anything like that because it's going to take up too much of my attention. But I'll try to film it and just walk through what I'm doing and why and things like that. And if it's any good, I'll post it. If it's trash. I probably won't, but we'll see. I'll give it a shot. But we're also now moving out of repotting season. We're starting to move into pruning season, and so that can be a constant for a lot of these deciduous trees and stuff. So a little opportunity there to maybe do some short things. You know, it doesn't typically take that long to prune a deciduous tree. Although, you know, you really do. You got to go over the whole tree. You got to pretty much touch every branch on that tree at least once. So it's one of the ways where bonsai, it gets more difficult and time consuming the better the tree gets, because there's more and more fine branching and buds and you know, growth to have to manage. We can maybe talk about all that on a video sometime. Have a nice tree. Have a nice tree to demonstrate. Already my big hornbeam. I have this. It's probably my best tree. My Korean hornbeam. It's ready to prune. I could maybe tell you a little bit about that. Joshua Frost, wouldn't the Hockomock Sports URL have been overwritten and not visible based on Ian's demo? I don't think the search is debunked yet. My understanding is that when he was doing that part of his testimony on direct, where he's explaining, here's kind of the course of events that happened in that time frame, he wasn't pulling the Hockomock Sports URL from the browser state.db. He wasn't pulling it from the same database. He was pulling it from the history database, the search history. And it was a little bit confusing because he wasn't always, you know, crystal clear about what he was relying on when. But he did, I think, indicate that he was relying on these different records, and he was making the point about, like, for example, the how long T die in Kikti. It never showed up in the history. There wasn't a history record of it. So he's looking at all of these different things to kind of reach his conclusions about that time frame. So that's why my understanding, he's able to get the Hockomock Sports is not because it's from the browser state .db. It's he's looking at the history tab. So he says, using all of these multiple data sources on the phone, these included history DB, the plist info, the knowledge C database, and I think there was maybe one other, but those were the main ones. And so he's using all of that to create that narrative of what was happening starting 2/27/09 when Safari was opened. So that, I think, is the answer to that. It's because it wasn't from the same database. He was pulling it from a different database. Amy Cannon's a new member. Welcome, Amy. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate your support. Marcelo, FYI, sidebars are impounded for the duration of this trial. Defense objected. Hank wanted to impound them because of fear that jurors may see the sidebars on the internet. Bev allowed it. Thank you. That clarifies our situation with the sidebars. Because I couldn't remember exactly how that unfolded. I just remember it was different this time. And I remember her, you know, specifically, well, there wasn't an objection last time. Now you're objecting. Yes, they are. It should be public. But jurors might see them on the internet. Well, the juror is going to be instructed not to look at the internet, aren't they? And they're going to be presumed to follow their instructions. So don't see how that justifies the restriction on public access, but whatever, she's going to do it anyway. Amy Cannon, 199. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate your comment. Not sure I'm supposed to get something else from it, but thank you for that. Alex Kane, +1 for Maps.me. Impressive trail detail and not reliant on phone signal. Ask Lawn Lumber Rob about Google Maps and routing over bridges that may be out. Oh, I heard horror stories. I remember, I mean, I'm old enough to remember, you know, when Google Maps was brand new and like first a thing. And yeah, it would take people like, you know, into a stream, and there'd be all kinds of stories about, you know, some car like ends up in a canal because they're just following Google Maps, and Google Maps is telling them keep going. So they keep going, even though there's literally a canal right in front of you. And they are trusting the Google Maps over their own perceptions of the environment. I'll ask him about it. Sounds like he's got a horror story. I love Maps.me. It's a great program. Yeah, found out about it for Patagonia. It was very, very common down there, and it was just a fantastic resource because you're out of signal like most of the time. You're on the trail in Patagonia. Like maybe you're right close to the parking lot. There might be some, but often you've lost the signal by the time you're at the parking lot. So if you're dependent on a cell signal to navigate, you're gonna be lost in Patagonia. And Maps.me was a great, very precise. It got us back on the trail more than once. Amy Cannon with another 199. Well, thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. Lucy Fair, imagine if 227 search was on Karen's phone deleted. Celebrate system never would have been fixed. It would be Commonwealth's best evidence. Now there's a thought experiment, isn't there? Quite a counterfactual. We wouldn't have gone to Ian Whiffin to question this. And boy, Richard Green's inquiry about it, it would have still gone unanswered. Just wouldn't have had the follow-up from the troopers because they don't need to ask about it. They're perfectly happy. Perfectly happy with that deleted search artifact. It's a great counterfactual. The rural juror, just a small town mom, born and raised in Canton, Massachusetts. She does say Canton, not Canton. Canton. I've noticed Canton. Took the midnight train going anywhere. Yeah, you can sing it in your mind, can't you? She hasn't stopped believing. She hasn't stopped believing. Problem, of course, now is, that's no spoiler alerts here, but kind of forever caught up with the Sopranos and what happened there. How did that dream end? Lucy Fair, Commonwealth reconstruction. John pirouettes through the air for 20 seconds, unlocks phone, holds drinking glass, and single air gently floats to the bumper. Would it be the worst thing that we've heard from them as far as their theory? Yeah, the more I hear about Aperture, the more I am intrigued about what they've come up with. Great. They relied on Ian Whiffin's data, but apparently didn't discuss that with them. Apparently just cherry picked, used it. A triggering event at 12:31. Yeah, interested to see this theory. I'm sure it'll just be, well, the movement just happened sometime within that time frame. Yeah, but the problem is your expert says they've got this other cache database that they can look at for the granular detail about when the movement started and when it ended and why, where does this aggregation come from? So don't think they're going to be able to pass it off as just movement could have happened any time in there. It wasn't necessarily the whole 20 seconds. This might be as fun as Trooper Paul was. It really might. My Mini 67. I was a system engineer on GPS tracking devices and data transmissions, and I'm going to take your word on GPS stuff. Your phone transmits up to 4 watts. The incoming satellite signal is about 2 microwatts. Well, that is a pretty big difference. So that's helpful. That's good to know. That's good to know. I'd love to know more about the strength of the signal and how that's affected by the human body's ability to block it. Okay, human body is mostly water. Cloud cover and stuff like that can affect the signal. Then I buy that water can affect the signal. Yeah, I would buy it. It's just a shame that didn't get fleshed out for the jury, I guess. If that is the case, if that's true, if it's true that this imprecise data is because, could be because John was lying on top of the phone, they really have not done a very good job of making that case. Amy Bucks, Brennan also mistakenly called John O'Keefe's niece, Jen McCabe's niece. Yeah, he did. I try not to hold the malapropisms against people too much because I do that a lot myself. I already had to Be like, who on earth is Cornelius Harris? I'm going off the other day about Cornelius Harris. Somebody texted, what on earth are you talking? Who on earth is that? The person is not on the witness list. Oh yeah, it's because I just crossed wires with the guy from the Johnny Depp case. So I understand those things like that happen. I don't necessarily put big significance to it, like Freudian slips. I don't necessarily see a lot of significance to that, but you might, other people might. That's perfectly valid, and you're absolutely right that mistake happened. Truth and transparency. Bev's bangs for the blowout win today. Go ARCCA. Yeah, she did take a little bit of extra care. I noticed that first week the bangs were a little like doing that. They come down, but then they like poke out. This time they were very, very well formed. That took some effort. Got to put some effort into that. Patricia McLean, JM's phone testing JOK in the AM, but Matt also says he texted. No record. Yes. Is Matt using Jen's phone? Great question. Hey, Lana, Truth and Transparency that was just up. Do you have some thoughts about that? She does. She's got a great theory. She caught a very intriguing set of discrepancies between the phone and the watch. Just some things that kind of call into question about what was where. Who used the phone at 2:27? Phone not upstairs. Yeah. Would like to know. Jen says it's with her in bed. Can that be proven? Can we establish it was somewhere else? We'll have to wait and see what the defense does with that. Kathleen R., I find it sus that Jen and Carrie testified that Karen's taillight was cracked, not smashed, missing, gone, etc. Cracked does not describe the condition of the taillight in the Sally Port thoughts. I agree. It's not the word I would think of to use. It was broken. It was broken and a whole big piece of it was gone. I would not say cracked. You would say cracked when it's all still there, but there's a crack in it. Like when your windshield is cracked, it's all still there. It just has a crack in it. That's how I would use cracked. I wouldn't describe this taillight as cracked. The one at the Sally Port. She cracked her taillight. No, she busted her taillight. Is how I say it. She had a busted taillight. Thing was in pieces. It was shattered. A lot of ways I would say it. Probably not cracked. So. Yeah, I can understand this suspicion. Doesn't necessarily comport with what I would expect them to do if they saw what they're saying they saw. Lots of pockets. Apple say that at temperatures of 32 Fahrenheit or below, phone sensors will malfunction. So how can any analysis of inaccurate data be trusted? That's a good point. I didn't know this. Don't know if the defense has evaluated this, is taking that into consideration. The data that's going to be most affected, I mean, maybe the reason why is because the data that's going to be most affected is the data from the morning after it was out there all night. And that data is kind of helpful to the defense. The phone starts moving at 6:02. That doesn't fit with their timeline and their story of the phone and the path of travel of the phone into Michael Proctor's possession. So maybe they're not raising it because it's beneficial to them to rely on that morning data. Is this at phone temperature or at ambient temperature? Because if it's at ambient temperature, more is going to be affected. More sensors, fewer sensors. I don't know. But definitely if I'm the defense, I don't necessarily want to raise something that's going to challenge the validity of 400 and some steps starting at 6:02 the following morning. That's helpful to my theory. Anna Jasky, do you think the butt dials between Higgins and Albert happened within a couple minutes before Jen's long to die in cold? I'm pretty sure that's my understanding. Isn't that the timeline? Let me go to Sleuthy, because you know who's going to know? Sleuthy's going to know. So Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins for 1 second at 2:22:35. Brian Higgins calls Brian Albert for 22 seconds at 2:22:52. So right after, looks like Higgins missed the call, then calls back. Then they have a 22-second connection. 2:25, Jen sends a text. 2:25:56, she sends a second text. 2:26:37, she deletes 2 screenshots. And then 2:27:40, she does the search for how long to die in cold. So yeah, it's pretty right on the tail of those butt dials. Pretty right on the tail of those butt dials. That said, there's nothing showing communication between any of them. So are those things necessarily connected to each other? No. They could be simultaneous things happening at the same time, but independently. You know, there's scurrying going on both ends, you know, in kind of different directions. But yeah, those things are happening in pretty close proximity to each other. Lots of pockets, ambient temperature. Okay, so if the ambient temperature is lower than 32, you can't trust the sensors. Then it just becomes a question of, do you want to rely on this data or not in your case? You know, that's kind of the issue with the adversarial system, is that things are only going to get challenged if a party wants it to. And they both have their incentives for wanting to use the data. Now a case that's maybe a little bit more one-sided, yeah, you might see this come up. It's probably not going to invalidate this coming in as evidence. It's going to be something that goes to the weight. Goes to the weight the jury can give it. So you got to bring in an expert who would say, you know, according to Apple, the sensors can malfunction when the temperature outside is below 32 degrees. That means it's unreliable and you can't rely on it. I think you're just not seeing that in this case because both parties have reasons they would want to rely on it. They want to use it for their benefit where they can. So that's my suspicion about that. Guys, glad we got the audio sorted. I didn't have more screaming coming in while I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not saying you guys, I'm just saying, like, lots of people were trying to get my attention. I'm completely oblivious. And so I apologize once again for that. Just a perfect storm of coincidence to not catch that and get it sorted before. But fortunately, lunch happened and I was able to figure it out. Hopefully that doesn't recur. But sometimes little glitches do happen. Well, I feel like today went pretty fast, you know, fair amount of stuff happened. We got Whiffen, we got McCabe started, and we got the ruling on ARCCA. It's quite a bit of stuff, but a lot, you know, we did spend a lot of time on Whiffen, a lot of time on him. Did we need to spend all that time? You know, I'm not necessarily sure we did, but overall, I think good points made by the defense. Enjoyed my first full Alessi cross-examination. It's not perfect. Kind of by the standard I've been putting out here of the platonic ideal cross-examination. But we are in the real world, having to deal with real circumstances. Pretty darn good, I thought. Pretty darn good cross-exam. Liked the focus, liked the facts, liked the modulation. When I get loud, you know, it's pay attention time. And I think that tends to work. Use that little bit of contrast. And now, Jen, guys, that means, yeah, we got stuff to look forward to tomorrow. Probably got cross-examination to look forward to tomorrow. AJ gets his second shot, his rematch. AJ in the rematch. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm eager to see how it goes. You remember I did say early on that I certainly appreciate the generosity working on a case pro bono. It's, of course, we should kind of all give back where we can. And it is something that is laudable, but there are downsides because you don't have the incentive to put a lot of time into the case. You just don't. You need to focus on the things that are going to pay your bills and keep the lights on and keep your staff paid, when you have your own law firm. And you're already anticipating you're going to have to take all this time away from your practice that's paying you and spend these weeks over here in Massachusetts. It just creates pressure in that situation to be as efficient with your time as possible. And that means, you might sacrifice a little on the prep. A little bit concerned about that in some of the early days with the earlier witnesses, because it really seemed like we were just kind of seeing Karen Reed was framed prep part 2. But this isn't the Karen Reed was framed case anymore. It's got to be different. So that's kind of one of the things I'm going to be looking at here. Is there a big adjustment by Mr. Jackson, or is this 2.0? Is this pretty much the same thing that he did last time? I don't know. Can't wait to see. Looking forward to it, guys, tomorrow. It's going to be fun. Going to be interesting. Going to learn a lot, I think. And has the potential to really set the direction of this case. We are now going into halfway through week 2. We're solidly into the middle game, if you will. Middle part of the Commonwealth's case. It's where you bury the stuff you don't necessarily want them to pay attention to. But if there's something real memorable, it's probably going to stand out. They just won't necessarily remember all the details as well as they might remember like the very first witness that they saw. So we're starting to see how the pieces are going to be set up for the end game. And the end game here is really going to be the closing argument. So what are you going to have to work with by the time you get to your closing? I don't know. Looking forward to see. Thank you, everybody, for your patience today. Thank you for sticking with me, coming back, whatever you needed to do. Had a boomer moment. It does happen. I do apologize for that. But we'll work on keeping things running smoothly in the coming days. Tech issues are unfortunately just a side effect of trying to do stuff on the internet. But I will definitely try to do a better job of paying attention to be aware when things like that happen. So thank you all. Appreciate your support. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate what you do in the chat, whether I get to see it or not. When I do get to see it, I like I said, I'm just always impressed by the vibe that's going on in there. Just seems like a lot of smart people. Kind of a cool place to hang out. That's great. I'm very grateful to all of you and absolutely to the mods who make that possible. So another day in the books, guys. Day 6 in the books. Look forward to being back tomorrow for day 7, the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe. I'm going to have to get plenty of sleep tonight to be prime, ready for that one. Take care, everybody. Do enjoy your afternoons. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy some time away from the screens, away from the phone. Connect with your people in real life. Connect with your things that you like to do in real life, the things that give you a sense of meaning and purpose. Those are important things to keep close. Keep close. And with that, guys, appreciate you all, and I will look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day 7.